Raymond, I brought baskets to sell Darla stuff. Just I think I care about that.
Where are my headphones at? Ah. Oh, they're right here. Oh well. Okay. Okay. I'm so sorry. Oh. Really late stream today. I put one light up.
Our home.
Like it. Oh. Okay. Anyone there? I wouldn't blame you if you weren't. What?
Oh, your dad's side.
Yeah, that's for the Italian. Yeah. Oof. Sweaty now. That was a lot of like running around. Kind of did the opposite of all the effort to not be hot. Ended up getting overheated anyway. Whew. Now I'm doing okay, Gahora. How are you? Good. I'm glad. For context, oh, everything's upside down. That's right. That's not a good way to show. Oh wait, I have this. So, this is what I was doing before the stream. Doing a couple things. Setting up a light box for our online shop. I got like I cut out a background and everything. But then right before stream, I'm gonna set up one of my lights here so that we don't have to have stranger calf. Ooh, ouch. That's not good. I set up one of these lights so that I can have light here without having light up there on it gets hot. And I keep running over something important. Something keeps happening to the stream. I need like check that out really quick. It's the Etsy shop. Yeah, so we have a link tree. I don't think I've posted it on the YouTube. Oh, it's not ready yet.
You can. These don't have a lot of.
Resetting my computer may have messed. Don't know what. Ah! I just pressed the power button on accident. Yes. Looks like it didn't. Turn that off. Jeez. This computer. It's driving me crazy. Plus my workspace is really messy. I don't know why MochaCam stopped working, but I'm gonna try and reboot that program and see if it will work. What do you mean no camera found? Was that the Mocha camera? And Twitch glitched out again. Oh. No. I think... What was this? Why is this up? I had the computer off all night. There we go. Something's happening in the background that is messing with stuff. I'm not sure what it is. Don't know what's going on. My display keeps... That's what's... It's my second monitor. It keeps bugging out. USB monitors are not the most reliable. Okay, I think we're done being all goofy. Right? If it does it again. But in the meantime, maybe now we're stable? I don't know. I don't want to mess. Oh, okay. Well, how'd you train your calf? Try to get back things to normal. Things back to normal. Hmm. I don't know. Just woke up and it turns out it hurts. Hmm. That's not good. Oh, I guess I can put it right here. It's not in. Okay. Oh man. Okay. All right. Huh?
Says what?
I'll be late. People like I hate Mondays. I think mine is a Tuesday instead of a Monday. I feel so out of sorts. Also, guess what we have for home time?
Oops.
You wanted like stuff. Wanted stuff.
Already had.
Near the binder, somewhere but not.
Please. Really?
That's a good one. Where's the... Hmm. Okay.
Oops. Mo. Up. Oops. Come here, Mo. Come here, to the ups. Oops. Good girl, Mo. Yeah. Whoa, she's so cool. Yes, good girl. What a good girl she is. What are you to do? Come here. Oh, are you feeling like late?
All over the place. Oh, excuse me. Yes, probably.
Well, go, Mo. Yeah, good girl, Mo.
Right side. Hmm. It did it again. My second monitor. Some... And it will just decide it's dead, no longer wanting to do it what it wants or should. Something's wrong. We are not in a good space. I don't know. We'll see. This is kind of really discouraging. Come on now. Now my headphones are not working, and I'm glitching. Things very. My computer is not working right. Like, even though it's streaming, it is, for me, I'm moving the mouse and it's not wanting to do things. And things keep getting deactivated. I needed to stop, like, I needed to stay put, but it's not staying put, and it keeps freaking out over the my second display. That handles other resources. So that I have control over this while keeping this as big as it is so that I can read the chats in one place instead of having constantly flipping on my phone. Check. What's going on? My computer's rebelling. That's what's going on. That's what's up. Welcome back, though. I probably shouldn't have powered it down. But I don't know, like, what it did. Sometimes when it boots back up, things just break. Mostly things that are connected to USB ports. Well, that's good. At least it's maintaining. Oh. Mocha Cam is glitchy. No. It was frozen. It was like having her spazzing in spot. I just noticed that. Yes, it's... What processes are going nuts in the background here? My fan shouldn't be working. It shouldn't be working this way. Well, problem I'm not having. There's two. I don't want to like jiggle any. Oh. Remember that little monitor I have on the side? It keeps turning off and turning back on, which is causing lots of problems. Yeah. Plus side, we have colored pencils now. Do a quick sharpening of the colors I need. What? You know, I was saying, while you were out, I was talking to Jenny. I think, you know how everybody says Mondays are bad, their worst day? I think it's Tuesday. I think worst. How do you manage to draw the lights coming through the sea surface? Did I use an eraser? No. Well, actually, wait. So, I would have liked to like plan that ahead of time and just avoid using dark colors, but I was a bit of a mess yesterday. So what I actually used was this this colorless blender one. Just would. Can you focus on it? Can you? Maybe we'll go up. If I can actually get it. Yeah. Where's the light? Is it the light? It was not the light. LOL. Anyway, yeah, this colorless one, and this is the one yesterday that the tip busted. Just that's not good. That sucks. I'm gonna need to get a new tip, but you can purchase those, and they're really cheap. So I used this backside. So what I did is I basically just pushed the ink through and like pushed it into some scrap paper. So less of the pigment was there, and then just the clear was more predominant in there. This is basically. I haven't used it up here because up here I got too dark and I wanted to erase. But I did a little too much too quickly, not letting it dry, and this paper started to like break down. Back to Tuesdays though, I've always had the worst days on Tuesday in school, in university as well. My cousin did, my friend did. Yeah, I feel like Tuesday is my like most disoriented day. And I don't know why. Oh, thank you. I wouldn't say it's very professional. I felt really guilty about how things were turning out, honestly. Felt like before I started adding the back shelves of coral, things looked really great, and then adding these shelves, I lost the really nice water effect. I feel like it got too dark around the seahorse, so the seahorse started to like meld into the background, which is not good. So I'm gonna be trying to do damage control today, and at a certain point I am gonna take my wife's advice and we will switch up what I'm working on. And I will take breaks. This sharpener is amazing. The only good thing about Tuesdays is that here, locally, all the pizza places provide a share, and they give you 2 pizzas for the price of 1. 2 pizzas for the price of 1 is an excellent deal. Wow. I get in on that. Yeah, the fish, this here felt better. It felt less busy. I'm really disliking here, and I'm gonna try and fix that up. I think it's less communal. So like if a pizza place was to have a sale, they're doing it to compete with all the others. So you won't have a coordinated effort like that. Justini said, due to the advent of social media, there is like some things that happen, like National Pizza Day, and some companies will participate in something, but it won't be the same thing. Exactly. At least that's my guess, because competition is fierce here. Oh, hi, Shade. Maybe it has something to do with like, it's like a day before all their like stuff goes bad, so trying to get rid of inventory, and everybody like gets their food from the same like places, so maybe that's why it's all coordinated. Like everybody restocks on their on their flour and their cheese and their tomato sauce. And so, like, when the market is available to provide a good quantity of it. So maybe everybody's like, okay, our old stuff's gonna go bad if we don't sell a lot of it. So let's put it on sale. And then everybody joins in. That would be my guess if I was to try and figure that out. Oh no! Shade has a fever. Better make sure that you drink lots of water. If you have medications for fever, take them. Like Tylenol's good for fever. But if you don't have name brand Tylenol, like acetaminophen is the chemical name for it. So if you have access to that, if not, do your best to get plenty of rest today. If you need to rest, do so. Don't stay up too late. Take care of yourself first and foremost. How high is your temperature, Shade? Yeah, that sucks. Sorry you're... Yeah, me too. I'm sorry you're sick. As well. Okay, good. You taking medicine, that's good. You know what caused the fever? Or just kind of came out of nowhere? You're not sure what it is. Stupid. So apparently no one explains why it's on Tuesdays. So never mind, I guess. Huh. Well, at least it's a thing that exists. Didn't check my temperature, and yeah, it came out of nowhere. That sucks, Shade. Well, make sure that when you need to, you log off and get some rest. Okay, hope. Or just start doing things willy-nilly. I need to have a plan, and I need to know what it's gonna do. Okay. Put these. And the purple. Really should see. Well, if I hmm. I don't know. I really enjoy your live stream. Ah, it looks live. I'm taking live classes for my friend. It looks like I'm taking live classes. Ah, I'm glad you guys like the stream. Just listen to your own body, Shade. If you start to feel a lot of pain, like, because fevers can bring on like aches and pains, getting rest will help with those. And I would rather you take care of any pain you feel. I don't want you hurt yourself just I'm streaming. Okay. I want to see if I can recreate. So like on these rocks, there's all this like texture, and I couldn't really get that texture or that feeling of a rock. Used a lot of purples to try and like darken it. But it starts to, I'm not really sure how I like this. So I think what I'm gonna do, because I'm feeling anxious about all of this, I'm gonna create like a mock shelf here of this rock face and see if I can't like practice off to the side here so that I can get this right before I go on to the main piece. I've seen people do this, like artists, sometimes when they're struggling with a subject that they're drawing, they'll like take a piece of like their page, if they're using big paper, or they'll take another, like grab another sheet of paper or something and do a sketch of their problem area over and over again until they like figure out how to like solve it, and that enables them to not wear out their main piece. And what I probably should have done instead of just constantly going over this, but you know, hindsight is 2020. This is kind of what we got going on. Right? Oh, this is a better spot. Realistically, I don't like these. This doesn't really convey what's actually happening with these rocks. So let's see. First, let's like really like lay a base of white and all this. Maybe should I add the white after? I don't know. I'm not that good with colored pencil. Something that, like, I think I don't have the patience for. Because colored pencils, I don't know if you can see it. You have, like, but because it's utilizing the roughness of the paper and transferring material through friction. This. See how, like, there's, like, spots where the paper doesn't really get the color on it and white shines through? And, like, some parts color unevenly? Okay. Currently no, but Mocha is glitching out. Mocha cam. Yeah, you are visible. Yeah, you do, but you want to know something? When I watch, like, Instagram reels or people doing, like, really realistic pieces of colored pencil, I don't see them pushing that hard and they're able to blend. Because you've pushed too hard, then you get this waxy coating over everything and you can't really blend. I don't understand the magic of it. I think they go, like, very slowly and try their best to fill in those parts. Maybe, like, use the tip more. It could be that. It could be how I'm holding it. If I'm doing it sideways, then I'm not, like, really getting that tip and utilizing it to color an area. Because the tip should be able to get in all those crevices. Mocha's sad that Jasenia left. Mocha's very funny. He's either content when we're both in the room, but as soon as one of us leaves, it's over. Then she throws a fit. I think it's just patience. Really, I think that's what it is. I think I already flubbed up my patience on the top part, which, well. I was just going over this with. What? Okay, okay, sorry. How are you guys doing? Better than me, I hope. Finally. Now I'm in. Oh, great. That's awesome. Something's really wrong. What is happening? Sorry, my computer's been acting up like really bad lately. Like the Mocha cam just keeps glitching. Things are not working right. I think it's my dock that my computer is in. My computer sits in a dock that gives it more function. But I think something's. well. I can only control what I can, right? Stuff is just gonna glitch out. That's okay. I don't know, Shade. I don't know. Things are still running. Just very strange. Can I use this to actually erase the colored pencil or no? Not really. It's more like smudging it. I guess it erases it. In a rough way. Super well. But okay, let's try a different way. Not the best at erase. Can't erase all of it. That's good to know. So I'm just still practicing trying to fix these rock shelves in the drawing. So we're just kind of going through and seeing how to tackle a problem. Because yesterday, I think I really should have stopped drawing on this piece as I started to make mistakes. I didn't like what I was seeing. So today we've got colored pencils, which I wish I had yesterday, but I also needed to stop. And then we're trying to make sure that my ideas for using these is gonna work to fix the problematic areas I'm seeing. I'm glad you think so. It's just I don't like how this turned out. I kind of like regret doing what I did down here and using this purple. It doesn't feel like what I wanted it to look like, and I feel like when I got close to here, the seahorse started to like not be pronounced like I wanted them to be, or how they were before. And that felt like a problem because this is the main subject. It shouldn't shrink into the background. So how do I fix that? How do I keep my main subject from getting lost? Thank you. Honestly, I might not be able to use colored pencils for this part in particular. The more I'm working with this, the more I'm feeling like, no. I have to be very careful, because with colored pencils, I can't really go back over it with the marker because they're waxy. Everything okay? Something's not right. I lagged out on my screen. Did I freeze for you guys? Or was it just on my end? Did I look frozen? Okay. Okay. But yeah, so like, if I use colored pencils like this, I think what happens is, like, it doesn't look that great. Like, I can't really, I mean, I guess it's allowing me to, but it doesn't cover the pencil. Or maybe it's been a long time since I've done stuff like this. Hold on. Okay, hold on. So, let me try this again. Let me put this pale. Blackberry here. That's what this color is called. Pale blackberry. I think I do go darker with blue hydrangea. What? Yeah, okay, that matches more.
You're about to be amazed.
Hmm. Wow.
For real?
Mm.
Yes! I just gotta get some. Mom said that plant is all beautiful. And
Well, you could go outside and just clip some stuff.
yes, I know that we don't want anything flowers.
Like if you go down the alley greenery, I'm sure you could like grab a branch or something. Okay.
Not because we need offer.
Okay. Could you send that via WhatsApp to me?
Yeah.
Because I could pull it up here too. Okay. Let's try this. I'm gonna take this black color pencil here. Also, how's the lighting? Like, you guys able to see everything clearly? Oh, sweet. Good. Because I was showing Kahora, but show you two shade. So I added this light here, so that we have lighting. My janky setup. So I'm glad that's working. To get and before this morning I was testing the light. The light was too bright and too focused. It was one, blinding me, and two, the shadows from my hands were really dark. And I was like, how do I fix that? And even going to the side wasn't really changing much. And so I thought, okay, what if I diffuse the light with some paper? But the paper was blocking too much light. So I thought, okay, what if I got some parchment paper? Because parchment paper is somewhat see-through. But even that was blocking too much light. So I had an idea. It's something I did once as a kid because I wanted tracing paper and we didn't have any. I took a piece of paper and I took a paper towel and put a little bit of vegetable oil and rubbed it into the paper because oil stains paper and makes it more see-through. So I thoroughly coated the paper with oil and then dried it as much as I could with some dry paper towels. And that gave me see-through enough paper to actually have the light diffused in a way that vegetable oil, it's like a cooking oil, like what you use to fry stuff. Oh, Shade, you're trying to also build your setup? See how this turns. From what? Yeah. That actually doesn't look too bad, does it? And it feels more blue, right? Ah, tripod. I don't have a tripod here. I do have a tripod, but I'm not using it. Tripods, lights, all this stuff. Oh. What looks perfect? Just get rid of some of the excess black there. Yeah, it kind of does. Okay. Okay. If I do that here. Alright, now we're getting some. Oh, the blue? Yeah. I think too, so like colored pencils have like when you go over a place that already has it, it tends to build up and get really dark in one spot. And I didn't want that, but I guess I could just erase the excess. It doesn't really come off that well, but it doesn't really matter because I don't want it all to erase. Okay. Now the important part is like, one of the important parts here, getting this top right, like. what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add white lines to make it look like, you know how like when you're looking at like water or some like a pool, and you're looking at the bottom of the pool and you have all those reflections of like the light coming through and it's all squigglies. You can see them here on the on against the rocks and stuff. I think here's a back wall, and those like, because this is an aquarium. This picture was taken in an aquarium, and I think those things in the background are actually painted. And so the light reflecting off the wall is what's happening back there. But on the rocks here, you can see it. I'm just guessing. Yeah.
So yeah. All this back.
Yeah.
These rocks.
I trust my eyes a little bit. I trust my eyes a little bit. So I'm gonna add that. I might go over it with a light blue marker and then erase and see what we have after that. And see if like can pull out more of a rocky texture. This is all stuff I'm trying for the first time, so if it don't turn out, then it's a good thing we're practicing. I've not messed around enough with colored pencils, and for like, you can kind of tell because this is all basically the same basic set you get like from like a 12 color set of Prismacolor colored pencils. So like, nothing special here. I haven't invested enough or a lot of resources into getting more. Okay, and then maybe we'll make like work on this. I'm gonna add shelf, a rock shelf that comes down here. Add a little bit of our green because we got green. On the rocks. And what blue should we go? What blue should we go? Go with not too dark. Not. I just bought a box of white pencils. Now I don't know what to do with it. Well, okay. If this chart works out, now you have an idea of something you could do with it. So hang tight. Maybe we'll have an answer for that. I mean, that's kind of close. Do I want that much color right away? Maybe we try moon white. Let's see. That might be too light. That might not show up at all. What about coral sea? This looks like it's lighter. I mean, it doesn't look much lighter than this, but it does feel like it. I bought it just in excitement. You know, that's okay, because you never know what you might be able to do with it. Okay, well, a lot of that white kind of turned, I don't know. Let's hit it with the eraser and see what happens. Oh, hold on. I lost all my lines of definition. Let's try this again. Also, this is the sharpener I'm using, the German one. Thick, it's metal. It's got 2 different sizes, small, big. And it sharpens very well and very quickly. I'm just sharpening the point a bit. Okay. The seashells were out there. Wife's looking for seashells she has. Oh! Okay, hold on. Want to see what Jaseni is doing right now? And what I was doing this morning that made me so late? I love the... So she's set up a light box, and I made I put the wallpaper on this trifold board. Only thing I hate about SketchUp is you can't preview what picture will look like before you export it. Oh, that does sucks. That's not fun. But yeah, we're prepping our Etsy shop to sell these prints of drawings I'd done in the past, and they look really nice. So that's like the setup. Mm-hmm. Gahor said, "Wow."
Less than $25.
Yeah, I did. I made it with markers, and that drawing of Orca was on an envelope, so it wasn't very small, or it was very small. That's a printing of it. The original's gone. I sent it in a letter. I don't know what happened, but yeah, I did make that. How did you come up with the great idea, Justenia?
Oh. So, I thought was wait for the wall setup?
Yes.
Oh, to be fair, I actually only came up kind of with it. The first thing I thought was, okay, a science poster board is folded so we can make a fake wall. So I just imagined like I was honestly gonna glue pieces of paper because I have a dollhouse that I've been working on, and I don't really have like our budget's pretty tight, so I wanted to make things as much as I could. So like I thought, well, I can't make wallpaper, but I can buy like individual sheets of paper with a print on it, and those like local currency are like 69 cents, so less than $1. So I bought like 2 of them, and I could wallpaper the entire walls of one room. So I thought, okay, like that's doable then. So then I thought, okay, what if like when people look at it, sorry. And then I put stickers on top of the dollhouse wallpaper. So
Yeah, so I like tiny things. I always have. And at our local like hobby store, they had that they were gonna stop selling dollhouses of like specific models. So it was 50% off for the already built model. So 50% of the already built model is about the price of the kit, like to build the model yourself, full price. So even though the kits to build it were also 50% off, I'm not really like I had never built a dollhouse, and I thought maybe that would be too intimidating. So if I build the model, I mean have the model already built, then like I could paint it and stuff like that. So I talked to Raymond about it, and okay, no, I saw it a couple of times, and I was like, no, it's expensive. So I said no to myself. But then I was like, oh, I really do kind of want it. So I talked to him about it, and he was like, yeah, we could afford it because it was a couple of months ago, and our budget was a little bit different. So in April we got the dollhouse, and my sister-in-law, she had a paint party like last year, so I asked her if she had any leftover paint. She did. So basically we're trying to like what is it, what's the word for that? I promise English is my first language, I just can't think sometimes. But refurbish or like model, we're trying to basically do it with stuff that we already have more or less. And so I had, like I mentioned, the wallpaper idea where I use regular sheets of craft paper and then I put stickers on top of it to make it look like it was like had a print, to make it like cafe themed. So you know, some cafes they'll have like art on the walls of like street signs or things like that to make it feel like it's really a cafe somewhere. So I basically tried the same idea but stuck like chose themed sticker sheets. Kate says something. Sorry, I can't see it. Really? Well, actually, Taylor Swift is from Pennsylvania, which is I'm also from Pennsylvania, so it could be that. But I don't know. I taught English for a long time, so I try not to use the accent of the city I'm from. And now it's kind of become a default. I tend to speak in a very neutral way. I think it's neutral anyway. Some people catch me because of certain ways I pronounce words. But usually it's pretty subtle. I can show a picture if Raymond doesn't mind letting me put my phone in front of there because I took pictures of it. Yesterday was really busy at work, so I like moved into the other room because I was getting a lot of calls and stuff. It was so busy that I was supposed to have a meeting with my coworker to teach her how to do something, and we both kept getting interrupted. And like one customer asked for a quote, which is like a price that will stay frozen at the time they asked for it. So I gave it to them, and then they were like, "Oh, can I just have like two more separate quotes?" And I was like, "Okay." And I was like, "Okay." And they're like, "Thanks so much. I appreciate it. You know, we have different budgets, so that's why I had to do different quotes." And then I was like, "Okay, great, no problem. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" And usually the answer is no. But I want you to know that ugly customer was like, "I have one more quote." And I was like, ah. So I ended up not being able to help my customer. Help my coworker. But yeah, today is actually very slow by comparison. So anyway, let me pull a picture of my little dolly house. Oh, and on our honeymoon, we bought like little figures, and I was planning on just making like little scenes on shelves. I did not think I would have a dollhouse in the future. So it turned into like a subtle design project to like a longer term project. Oh, a quote is like, or a quotation is basically like a price. So let's say that somebody wants to buy something and it costs $500. Like that's expensive, but they want like, you know, prices go up and down sometimes, and they want to make sure that they only pay $500 because that's what their budget says. So they'll get kind of like a frozen price, on a piece of paper, and that's what a quote is. It's that frozen price document that says that like we have to honor it. So when they do place their order within 30 days of receiving the quote, then we would have to pay that. They would only have to pay that price even if the product price went up in that time. That makes sense. Oh, okay. The fact that I haven't. Yeah. Usually, like, unless you're getting custom products, you don't need a quote. And quote is a short word for quotation. So people will call, like, kind of switch, use either one. But if you're buying, like, regular things in the store, normally you don't need it. But if it's something like custom, like, for example, Raymond and I are getting stickers made of his work, of his hand-drawn arts. So that would be a good example of where we need a quote. So, like, because, like, how much paper is being used would change the size. So if the sticker is only 1 inch by 1 inch, that will be a different price than if the sticker is 3 inches by 3 inches. And we're getting a bunch of different stickers that are different sizes. So they're going to give us a quote or a frozen price of what it would cost to make or to print the stickers at their shop.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the reason it's called a quotation is because it's a promise from the person selling that they will honor the deal. So a quotation or a like quotation literally means like something someone has said, like word for word. So basically all it means is that it's a promise. But like I don't know if you've ever heard the term "can I quote you on that," which is often used in like news and media for like reporting events. And so imagine like kind of it's more like a it's a document that basically says this person who works here said that I can buy this at this price. And it's provided by the person who is selling. So when somebody asks Jasenia for a quote, they're basically asking, can you write down yourself that you're saying that this is the price that I have to pay? So if there's any issue, they can look and see, oh, actually, yes, we can sell it at this price because Jasenia, who works here, signed off on it. They said that this is what the deal is. And that's a protection because sometimes there are some instances of people who get scammed when they believe they're going to pay something and it's only going to cost so much, but then somebody changes their mind and you don't have it in writing, and so then like who are you going to believe? Yeah. Okay. I'm all back.
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, it's almost time for Milwaukee. Every time Jasenia leaves, that she's abandoned. Like, no, it's my walk time. Don't...
So first, I'm not finished, but I wanted to show one more picture of the setup that I'm working on for the shop. For the orca one, I threw a plant there, which actually is from Raymond's wedding suit. So it's like a fake flower. But, and true, normally they use like fresh flowers, but I actually always wanted to get fake flowers because I thought we could keep them afterwards. And we decided only to have the bride, me, carry flowers and the groom carry. So we didn't like make extra waste. So the, not brides people, what do they call them? The groomsmen and the bridesmaids didn't carry flowers. They like had the like woman had her arm like on the man, like looped around. So like when they walked down, they were just kind of like looped together, and that was pretty much it. But yeah, so anyway, this one is the new one. So you want me to send it to you on WhatsApp? You can't hear me? I show the work in progress. The rooms. I just sent 8 photos. Okay, so visible? Explain myself. Okay, yes. Okay, so this is the setup currently. I want to get like a little bowl or something, but everything that we use, I'm trying to make sure that it's something that's not branded of something else. So like I want to see if I can get like a little dish from a flea market or something like that to put keys in or something to make it look like a room with a table so people can imagine if they buy this print, that's what it looks like. So that's that. Gonna make sure. So good, yeah. All right, and then swipe over to the dollhouse. Any of them is fine. I'll just talk about them. So this little tiny thing is 2 beads glued together with a little twig inside to look like a vase. One of my friends made this for me. So this room is not finished, but yeah. Thank you for liking the setup. So the little miniature table is one that we bought. You can swipe. Next one. So this is an incomplete room. So I only have 1 coat of paint on the left side, the red painted top, but the bottom is all just regular paper. It is not special wallpaper. It was 69 sheets for 69 cents for a sheet of it, and that is only 1 sheet of paper on the wall. So it easily covers. The paint is not like the greatest quality, so I do have to use multiple coats, but still, it's free paint. So, you know, and who's inspecting? Mocha cam broke real quick. It's just, you know. It's okay. Okay, so this one, oh, and on the right hand side, you can see another red vase, also made by my friend with the beads. The scale is like 1/12 of a human size. So you could say like the beads maybe is like the length of like, I don't know, like 1 kink on like 2 kinks of my fingers. So let's say the beaded thing is like tiny. I'm bad at angle. Next one. This is another not finished room. But just to see, like, it really is like a long-term project where I intend on like spending very, very little. But these little fabric squares, they were $2 US. Oh, I'm getting a call. I could decline it. I'm a bad worker. Don't be like me. Disclaimer, I'm actually not a bad worker, but today I am being naughty. I'm actually 5 minutes past due to be on lunch, so that's why. Ooh, that looks really good. Great, actually. So with the curtains, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hole punch them. And then I'm going to use a barbecue skewer to make a curtain rod. Like, you know, like the little sticks. And then I don't know what the ends will be. I'm trying to think if I'll do beads on the ends. But then I can just like have the curtains be the kind that you push back and forth. Same. Oh my goodness. I love, like, I play Animal Crossing like obsessively since the like Game Boy SP, like Wild World. Oh, no, Wild World was a DS game. But yeah, I've played a lot of Animal Crossings, including the first one on GameCube, because I love the design aspect. I've always wanted a dollhouse. So when Raymond said yes, I was like, I don't think I'll ever like see one so cheap, except for like maybe like secondhand. But it's kind of hard because dollhouses are still like they have collectors or people who also are hobbyists like I am. So it's kind of like hard to find them cheap because a lot of people who are into them are really into them. So the price is kind of like it doesn't really go down. But yeah, those cotton squares, they have rose print. And so they're going to be curtains in the upstairs room. And then these ones, it's a coffee print. So it's going to be for the downstairs cafe. You can also reupholster things. So because the fabric is not a lot of fabric, but it's enough to make small things. So I actually used it as a tablecloth in one of the later pictures, and I'll point it out. The coffee one. Can you swipe? Okay. Aw, Mocha Cam is going away because it's broken. At least just today. So, thanks. All right, swipe. So this is my most complete room. So this is the one I was talking about where you asked where the idea came from for the wallpaper. So if I zoom in, you can see like the C'est La Vie little sign and the bicycle. Those are just stickers. They're not anything special. And like this little thing, the bonjour, that's a sticker too. Well, and I feel like a little bit funny because I remember you said that your friends are really into France. So, but the miniature food and stuff we got on our honeymoon. So all of the food came in like a box set, and it was really inexpensive actually. In Japan, miniatures were at the dollar store. Like everything was really cheap. And because I didn't know I was gonna have a dollhouse a couple months later, I didn't buy a ton of stuff, but I did buy food stuff, and I bought these little creatures, the like calico critters. But like this little drink box, I actually won from like a gacha. Like it cost like $4 at most, and I could win a bunch of different sets. And that one was the one that I won. So you can see it has Japanese on it. But the shelves come out. It also opens, and you can take out tiny little bottles. So the windows were already installed. They were a part of the dollhouse kit. So I didn't build the actual like frames or anything like that. That was all together. I'm just doing like the tiny trim like on the windows. I cut myself. And they just had it in like sticks at the store, at the hobby store. So like some things I bought, but it's just like this trim and this trim are the same one. I didn't buy like custom trims for ceiling and floor. So yeah, if you look very closely, I feel you can see that it's a budget, but just don't look too closely. But it's small. So, and then this right here, this strip is the coffee one I was talking about in the corner. So that is a medicine bottle, an empty one for medicine that I took all of. And the plastic is a piece of a bag. It actually does not make a full bag. I didn't make a tiny one. I just stuck it in the top and then tied it around it so it looked like a trash bag. And then if you look there, you can see another bead vase made of 2 beads. So, yeah. And then you can see a little bit more of the bead vase, more of the stickers, like the boulangerie, that's a sticker, the wine cup with the glass, the grapes, all of those are stickers that I posted on top. And you can see more of the stickers. This tiny thing is a glass jar with some twine and then some fake leaves stuffed inside, so it looks like a pot in a vase. And then all of this food also came from Japan, but all of the je t'aime and the France and the bread, that's all again from the same sticker set. And it was a French themed sticker set, so it was intentional to buy those kinds of stickers, but for the sole purpose of making this cafe look like a real cafe and not just craft paper, which is what it is, just regular paper, with a floral background. And then, you know, I think if you look very, very closely, you might be able to see the edges of the sticker. But I mean, who is looking that closely? It's so tiny. Oh, sorry. And then this one is, so this is a zoom out of the same cafe, but like with more. So you can see, like I put, hold on, let me zoom in here. The wallpaper is not great on the stairs because it's my first time. So like I'm not like a professional. But then you can see other stickers there. I didn't actually like, give me a second. Hold on. So this is the last room I'll show. And this is just a zoom in so you can see like the little red vase and a tiny couch. But this is the room that's next to, like to the right of the cafe. This tiny wood plank. Oh my gosh. It was really hard to install. So it's only straight on the left side. the other side, like underneath the couch, it's really jagged. So, yeah. Is that everything? Is that all the pictures? Yep. So, yeah.
Oh yeah. Also, while that was happening and while she was explaining that, we did this. And I think this is gonna fix the problem I'm feeling over here. Like, don't like these, but I now know that I can fix them and make them look like that. What do you guys think? See, this is like if you're ever working on something and you're finding it being a bit tricky, better to do this. I should have been doing this whole time because I could have saved a bunch of time. Like, this could have been done like this right from the start, but I wasn't thinking. And that technique fell out of my brain and I forgot about it. That's bad on me, but this won't be the only marker piece I'll be doing because we have a art show coming up on Friday evening from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. here locally, and I'm going to be drawing live there. If I stream it, I won't be able, like, one of the things that happened in the last art show, because I did an art show before last month and I streamed it. Yeah, where? Just downtown. There's a really large college in the area, so our town is, or our city isn't very big, but it's big for our state. So it's the second biggest area in Oregon, which is the state I live. So there's like a opera house, a really famous opera house, and the college. So every Friday, first Friday of the month, they have a art show, like for like local artists to sell their work. So I'm gonna be doing that. Portland is a city in Oregon. We don't live in Portland. Portland's just a little bit too, and hilly. And I hate the traffic. The traffic in Portland is awful. Philly traffic's not even bad. Like, I've driven where my wife is from, in Philadelphia, which is much bigger than Portland. So, we're gonna be... First time I tried it, I had a microphone. I had this microphone. I had my camera. This camera. And people wanted to come up and talk to me while I was drawing, but they got afraid because of the camera and the microphone. So if I stream, I probably won't be able to talk during it. Talk to you guys at least, because I won't have the microphone on. So hopefully I could stream it, but we'll see. Like, it didn't bother people. People still bought stuff, but I wondered if they were afraid to, like, talk to me. Did that also make them a little skittish to buy something? I don't know. And we do sell stuff, like, not been much, but we've made a little bit of money. And right now, without working, we're gonna help. So hopefully the art show. And I'll think about a way to maybe make it to where you guys can watch, but I haven't thought about it. So, this is awesome. Really happy. Got some time, you can make a vlog on that day. I could. What? Yeah, I know. I'm gonna take a break. So, I haven't eaten yet today. It's about 12:47 p.m. I've got water, but I do need to like a break. I know I started late. Be fun for you. Yeah. I hope it will be. So I'm gonna get some food. I'm gonna like stretch. I'll be gone for 30 minutes. I'll have the timer. And you guys do the same. Get some rest, get some stretches in, drink water, get some food, and I'll be back. And today, because I started so late, we'll stream longer. But I still gotta eat. I will be back. Guys, a bit. Oh. Where's my lunch break? Next. There it goes. Okay. Gonna restart. Alright. Now I'm stepping away. Alright. Good night, Shade. Get some rest. Fight that fever. See you tomorrow. Whew. Okay. Broken. Why does it seem right now? Oh, the sun was. Oh. Everybody. Reported the result. Looks so much better than it was in sketch. Oh. Hello? Mhm. Alright, sorry about that. My sister called. She was dropping something off for her husband, and she was talking to her husband's boss, who, long story short, he's got like a local network of that business owners use to find workers, and she wanted my resumes, so I just sent those over. And she seemed like it was she was confident that I'd be able to find a job. But yeah. She was talking like all of our family likes to chat a bit and explaining everything. I love my sister. Yeah, potential new jobs. I don't know, like, what? Chopstick. So maybe something will come of that. And if not, it's okay, because we got the job or the art show coming up. I'm excited for that. And I'm really excited that I was able to fix this rock thing earlier. Because I was really starting to feel down that I maybe have messed up this piece. I think I remember what I did. Now I just gotta like pick what kind of like surface we're gonna go with. So, what are you up to? Well, actually, no, you were just telling me that you were exporting in SketchUp. Did you get yourself something to eat? Have you eaten today? Are you drinking water? Gahora? Mel called. Under a resume. Long story short, she was talking to a boss who has like a network, I guess, of people for job things.
I don't think you should.
Okay. I was earlier. I tried to make rice for lunch, but it didn't get done in time. So, I have my rice here. I don't really have a good spot for it. Might slide. Oh, I guess it does. Okay. I was drinking milk, wanted to get something to eat, but just didn't for that's okay. I have my example there, I've got my references here.
Do not put that food there. Thinking. Dangerous.
Oh, yikes. Accidentally watched an upsetting video about a man yelling at his pregnant wife and got too overwhelmed, so didn't take any food for that. Aw. Ugh. I'm sorry. That's no fun at all. Sorry you saw that. I'm okay. What? Oh, that's... Microphone's still working? Okay, good. I'm just zoning out and unable to concentrate on stuff. Aw. Well, hopefully, it'll pass quickly. Talk about other things, so not to think about it. Plug Mocha Cam into a different spot and work. Okay. Though if I see her glitching again, I don't know if they're back. But yeah, that sucks. But yeah, my sister called, love, and yes, I said love. Oh. Oh, okay. I just felt... I don't know if I got everything I out. Huh? I think so? Don't remember. I got distracted. Don't know if I actually finished the thought or not. Okay. I'm
wait.
I guess that, like, because I'm multitasking right now, I want to think about, like, that. Very delicious, thank you. I might put... Okay. Close. What? Oh. Okay. I didn't, because I didn't know if you were like excited or like I don't ever bought, so I have no frame of reference. So I was trying to react in a way that was neutral enough so that I can gauge what you thought.
Sticker.
Okay. Yeah, I trust you. You like stickers, Gohora? Hmm? What kind of stickers? Like circle stickers or stickers of like something cut out that's in the shape of something. Um, yeah. We're putting in an order for a bunch of stickers. Of my stuff, so we can sell it at the art show on Friday. Yes. Hopefully, more people get them. I think I might have goofed you. All the white ink I used. Hard to put down the colored pencil, but if I scratch this up some of that ink residue that's making just a light. We'll see how that works. Also should sharpen this. What do you like to do with your stickers? Usually stick them in my sketchbook pages. Oh, cool. Jenny likes to put them on like water bottles and for laptops. And you do have some on your sketchbook, right? You have stickers on your sketchbook? Yeah, she put some on our cover of her sketchbook. Hmm. Just so it looks pretty. I got you. Yeah, just any of this the same. I actually got a bunch of stickers from Japan too. Walk in. What? Hmm. Oh, for Salem? Oh, that'd be cool. Used to put stickers everywhere when I was younger. My door would be full of stickers. From vegetables. Oh! Cool. Oh. Grandma's biased, but I love her.
He's not actually biased. My grandma's a hater.
Not to me.
No, but she's not.
If I remember correctly, I erased. I might use the eraser on this area, and maybe that can help get rid of some of the excess ink from the Jelly Roll pen. Yeah, I think that's actually working. Mocha, why are you barking? Mocha's been barking a lot lately.
Hey, grandma. Yeah, I can. Good.
Hmm.
Called me by accident. I was just.
Hmm. Just saying his grandma accidentally called her because she accidentally sent pictures of our stickers to to grandma. Actually, I'm gonna show off some of those off. So I'm gonna download them really quick.
Mom or your dad? I think.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Mom's creative in different ways. Dad draws.
That that's the music.
No, my dad is the reason why I draw in the first place. They both do. But mom was musical first.
Right. So both parents are musical. Mom was musical.
She was in band in high school
That's right. She was in high school.
and later she like volunteered and even like did band stuff for like
Then
you might want to clean uh-oh. You have some like edges on these. Like that one has some like jagged edges. Tip the nose and right at this end here.
but yeah.
So here's like some stickers that we're gonna have made.
Those are amazing. They look like a shop.
So we got like a fish I did in the past, a mink, a frog,
No, I mean
and a butterfly.
they look factory. Yes, that. I'm at work, Grandma. Oh, wait. Also, just because that I told him that I told him that you said his art is said to tell you biased. Um, I told him the same
Okay,
thing.
okay.
But she takes after Justin.
Okay. Look after
All right,
Justin.
he accepts it. He can't accept it from me, but he heard of the original mouth.
So you take after Justin in
I love you,
personality, not in complexion.
Bye bye.
Hmm. So you had a bunch of vegetable stickers on your door. What was the vegetable that you had the most stickers from? Oh, bananas. So fruits and veggies. Hmm. Does anyone to ask you, do you like stickers with words on them, or just a sticker of something? Because we're trying to figure out if we should add some text to our stickers or no. Oh, like the one Jasenia has with Bonjour? Yes. Mocha, no bark. No, don't bark. We really have to stop her from barking. But yeah, like that those stickers. I'm waiting. You think that would be a good thing? Do you like stickers like that or no? Last time my sister gifted me a bunch of stickers with text on it. I cut out all the text before sticking them onto the page. Okay. All right. That's fair. Maybe make it smooth. Just so it's stronger. Won't tear easy. Because any like little like divots with like small ends that could be a structural issue. A lot of times I cringe from what the stickers say on them. I see. Maybe not even have like divot, just like fully rounded. But you know what? That's fine. Yeah. All right. Hmm. Just doesn't fit what I use it for. I see. We to like lengthen it up a bit. But not you don't have to do too much. Just round the point. What? Yeah. Okay. Oh, we're not. We don't have music. That would be why. The music ended. Like it's awfully weirdly quiet. All right. Here we go. What did it ask? Hmm. Smart. My wife programmed a alarm to ring around 3 p.m. So to,
2 p.m.
oh, 2 p.m. Yeah, to check if we had eaten yet, because we both tend to forget. Okay. It's really dark, but hopefully the eraser hits it, it will. Okay. Okay. Over top. Want white sharp. How is or actually, what are you working on right now, Gahor? Are you still working on your SketchUp house? Or have you pivoted to something else? Yes is in you are pivoting to something else, or you're still working on SketchUp. Maybe I should have I should ask one question at a time. Ah, still working. Gotcha. I still got. All right. I don't know if you got to see Jasenia, but when you were showing off those rooms, uh, everybody loved it. Yeah. Like, Gahor really likes drawing houses and buildings and things. And all that stuff is what she enjoys most. In fact, she mentioned yesterday that she's working to be a background artist. So, yeah. They all loved it. She says, yes! As in, my wife needs encouragement too. She's really hard on herself as well. But the rooms look so nice in there. I'm really happy we got the dollhouse. Because it's so true. It is nice in there. Aw. Oh, giving me big lip. Mm. Mm. Can't wait to see the dollhouse when it's finished. She said me too and laughed real loud. Hmm.
But as a mom, I will.
Hmm. All right. In the normal ways. She said, my wife just said, weird how today is really busy, but not, and I percent, not in the normal ways. It's that was yesterday too. Oh, oh, I see. Fine. Yesterday was normal busy. I just missed out.
Goodness.
Hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna work on this until for another hour, or at least until I clean up both of these shelves. So I can stop feeling like a failure when I look at this thing. I all I can see are my regrets.
Definitely.
What was it that we... It was Coral Sea, right? We used Coral Sea on this because it was this one up here. Yeah, yeah. I think. Was it? No, it wasn't. Aqua was the darker one. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to like remember what was used on this. Honestly, this turned out way better because there's less layers of gunk here. A lot of like stuff texturally here that's going over too many times. But I don't think so. Okay. Now be ready for the last layers of Mocha Cam hasn't broken. Yeah, it was just the USB bugged out. earlier when he was talking to her grandma, she had mentioned that my parents were musical. That made me think. What is everybody's favorite musical instrument? I'm trying to think of what mine is. I really like a standing bass, but violins also sound really nice, and a guitar also. So it's really hard to choose a favorite. Hmm. Oh, piano. Bass sometimes. Piano's great. I like the styles that use piano. Yeah. Electro swing music, 1920s music. I see. My wife asked, "Do you like jazz?" Jazz is also nice. I like jazz too. But for what? She said like the styles that piano, like the styles of music. And then they start listing genres. So. I like the vibe, but wouldn't say I'm into it. I like. I like jazz. I prefer it live. I think. Because it's really about the performance. And then there's like. Okay, there are some people who take jazz and they don't. It's like they take it too far. And it's like so out. It's so out there that it like. I can't. Like. All sense of like rhythm and musicality is gone because they're trying to get so abstract. And I feel like it loses its meaning.
Although you know, argue about.
Like I'm someone who's gonna raise an eyebrow to someone who like stacks 20 buckets of sand like into the air and then knocks it over and calls that art. Like why would I think of that?
And that's why you're not that kind of artist.
That kind of art feels like it's a tax write-off or some sort of like scam. Because like what is that even? What is happening? In school, like I would take art classes in school. But I would never learn anything like from typical art classes. Even like basic design and basic color, like basic design and basic color classes I took in high school. Like, okay, I know when I put effort into something. You tend to know when you've given something your all, and when you've actually put like you've meditated on something, and you know like I'm really putting my heart and my like a lot into this that I'm working on. Something I'm working on. I'm really proud of it. There's a lot going on. It's not like that doesn't like sneak up on you. Typically, you tend to know when you're phoning something in, or in other words, when you're procrastinating on something and you're just doing it because it's late, aka me, and when you actually like put in the time to do something with like a lot of effort and thought. And I was in this basic design class, and I had so many ideas for things, but I would just, not. I enjoy music a lot more than my drawings, but I draw a lot more than Korean music for some reason. Yeah, I get that. But in this art class, the time would escape from me, and I would end up rushing the night before. And I'd turn in my stuff, and our art would be put in front of the class of adults, mind you, because in high school I went to a community college. So there was like 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds all sitting in this classroom with me. Here I am like 15, 16. And teachers like really like sits there and tries to like focus on like what the emotions and stuff you're trying to like pull. And like as soon as they got to my piece, I felt like something's wrong here. Because one, they sucked. They sucked really bad. I would rush like all the time, and they always looked rushed. And when I say bad, I'm not like saying that like when I said that like this makes me upset, this is 10 times, a million times better than the stuff I put in that art class. Like I was truly rushed. I worked on it for 15 minutes right before I left for the bus to get to school. That kind of like bad. And there she is, like sitting there talking about, oh, I can really feel like the emotional strife you were going through, and like, oh, like you're bringing out.
That's pretty accurate then.
But like you're bringing out happiness and joy, and I like how these lines are really like. And I'm just sitting there like, no, lady, I didn't do anything. I'm ashamed.
Sorry, let me ask you. That only the art has.
No, I don't think that only the person who created the art has the right to interpret it correctly. But when people pay for stuff that's like really rushed, or like there's not a lot of thought put into it, part of it just feels like a scam. Because like I could have just leaned in and gotten a better grade in that class, because actually no, I did get a good grade. I didn't hardly try, and I got an A+. That infuriated me.
Raymond,
Because I didn't learn anything.
what you did in that class by others?
No. Because
If you got a good grade, that means they appreciate it more than you.
no, it just means that the work got in. Like, look. You weren't there. Not an assignment, the entire class. They did not, though. They often said, like, I wish you'd spend more time on this. But, like...
That doesn't mean that's bad, though. It means exactly what they... There's a difference.
There's also something to be done, like, oh, sorry, Kahora. You can go eat. We'll still be like debating this, but
We make this regular, but it's art.
I'm taking a class though. I want to like be able to like improve, right?
That was what I asked you to. How could she test you on what's not there? By what you provided, liked it. Thought this is excellent. Think of spending more time. Didn't go anywhere, but based off of what you already had, still thought it was high quality. But I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing.
It wasn't good. Look, what I'm trying to get at is sometimes when people go like too far into like trying to pull, like when you're straining to find some meaning into something, to find something good to say about it, because you can't ever dare say something critical. And when I say that the teacher said nice things, I'm saying that they strained. They spent like 10 minutes to find something nice to say. And there's a difference. You can tell when someone like when they actually mean it, or when they're trying to like find a compliment somewhere. And so like when people do that with like art, sometimes the art gets lost in it, and it just becomes a game of like who can derive the deeper meaning from whatever they do, like taping a banana to a wall. And then that becomes the art, but that feels more like, it feels less focused on making art and more focused on expressing an idea.
I would argue that I trust with art. I do.
Yeah, that is art.
Concept.
But don't mix it in with performative art or like something where you like use your skills. I don't like that like overlap to where you can stagnate because no one gives you criticism. Like anything constructive. Going back to jazz, I feel like sometimes that's what I mean, like when it's just like it gets so far out there that the ideas being expressed can only be enjoyed by a niche group of people. And that's fine if that's what you want to do, but that kind of jazz is just not really enjoyable. It's just like,
and that's okay. Because I think not everything is for every person. I'm not saying, but I'm not arguing that your opinion. What I am arguing is that not all things have to be bad.
like that's.
Because I do think that art bottom quality, or like it or not meant to. Now, do I think that means that there is ugly? Yes, but ugly is bad or good. That's just
My humble.
Hmm. I was expressing my opinion though. No. But like you're saying like everybody like is entitled to their opinion. Why am I entitled to my opinion?
I'm not telling you.
Why you gotta like jump down my throat and tell me like, oh, but you can't like, is it really art? Like, isn't that really what art is? Can't I have my opinion too? Just because it's just like, oh, because it limits a little bit. Like, okay, so that kind of art you can have anybody join it if you approach it that way. It doesn't like there's no barrier to entry, which is great. Also, like that's taking what I say out of context too. I'm saying anybody could hone their skills. Does it not? Does taping? She just asked me if taping a banana onto a wall takes skill. Thinking of something is not a skill sometimes.
Ideas aren't a skill? Creative thinking.
You know, like other people can't hear your side of things, which really limits like the effectiveness.
Am I heckling?
Yes. My wife's heckling me, and it's hilarious, but everybody's missing it because they can't hear her. I'd have done it again. I might have gone and done too much. Had something that was looking good, and then I got distracted. It's okay. I think.
Are you working on?
What? You mean? Right now I'm trying to focus on the area I wanted to fix for me. Because mostly, like, because that really bummed me out. And so, trying to, like, get something out of it that I don't feel like it's booty cheeks anymore is important to me. I want to step away and feel like I did this the way I wanted to. Not feeling like, gosh, what am I doing?
I actually don't really care about the movie. I think of it as art. I think it's, yes, and in some ways, as art. Oh, do I think of it as like the same effort building up of learning how to no, but it's the
What's maddening though is that someone can tape it on the wall and sell it for $1 million, and because it gets so frou-frou, that actually works. They put it a ridiculously high number for banana tape to a wall, and then meanwhile someone who has like gone to art school and has studied their craft is living paycheck to paycheck.
That's true for anything, my life.
Yeah, okay, Doesn't mean I have to I have to say, well, oh well. I can still disagree and say that's messed up.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you're wrong in saying that. I'm just saying that that same argument really actually applies in most things. What I care about are people. That to me is more of a idea of what it is that people actually value. That is something that's hard because, like, there are people who will pay hundreds of dollars for a Labubu. Other people, I would pay $5.
What's a Labubu?
The next Switch, another collectible.
I see.
It looks like a furry gremlin, except it smiles cute.
I think not having you mic'd up makes things sound really weird. Because people have popped in and out, and I see the number of viewers go up and down. And I think they're not saying anything because they have no idea what's being said. It's okay. It's not your fault. No, I think if the Ko-Fi works, then it should it should fund things should fund themselves. So like if the stream has can grow and has like that potential, then it should be able to fund a $30 microphone. But if it doesn't, I would much rather use the funds from our art show for things we need. Welcome back, Kahora. Jasenia and I got into a heated debate, which you could only hear my side. She says the wrong side, but I have the microphone. History remembers not who were right, but who write the things down in the books. About what though? That's okay. Her
Whether or
grave.
not that's true or not, no one will ever know. But what? Guys,
You want a gravestone?
I want one.
I'm asking you, yeah. She said her gravestone will have it written on it, I was right.
What I want.
Yeah, I'm asking
No, I will
you.
be cremated.
Yeah, so
But
like,
for the purposes of debate,
okay.
I'll get one while living, just so I can visit my own gravestone and say, look, gravestone is embedded, and it says I was right. That must mean it's right.
You pay for the land then, you can do that. Wants to like get a gravestone. Says I was right. But she wants to be cremated. So she's saying I'll just get a gravestone while I'm alive so I could point to it and say, ha. Then she has to pay for the land for that. So like we don't own any land. Where are you gonna get the money for that? Yeah. Is that a checkmate? Did I just stump that?
Oh, you said a card.
Use the emergency credit. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I'll be dead, so
You-
hypothetically, you don't actually be dead, but they'll be dead.
Oh my word. Using our emergency credit card to win a debate and
Buy his both brains.
symbolically kill herself.
No, you do.
Oh, and killing me apparently by making a
No,
gravestone for me that says she was right. I see. That causes a lot more problems than it does provide solutions. I am not committing fraud, identity fraud,
No,
just to win an argument.
no, I am.
Oh my goodness. Guess I'm deleting this VOD because she is just laying out crimes right there out in public
Oh no.
in this economy. Hmm. This kind of fights I don't mind. Yeah, this isn't real. We are not serious. We don't actually. We've not fought. Here, to prove it, I will give the mic to my wife. And
Why are you pointing a gun at me? No.
my hands are here. My hands are here. Pointing what?
Mocha, he's holding me hostage. No, I'm kidding. My husband's great. I am just a terrible person. So I like to heckle him endlessly. But then I get to tell him, you chose this. You still asked me to marry you. So really, this is your problem. You're the one who enjoys this. That's not on me. That's not on me. So I love you.
I love you too.
Some people call me the
So people, if they wanted to, like, if a viewer wanted to, like, have the police go to someone's house, hold on, I'm gonna mute because I don't want to give anybody ideas, even though this is a well-known thing. Sorry, that was just... I had to, like... My wife doesn't know all the dangers of, like, the online world.
Not YouTubers be crazy.
Yeah,
They hear me say that?
maybe. She said that, like, look at me having the police called on you from your viewers, and, like, that's not the worst thing. So I had to explain some things. Or felt like explaining. I didn't have to. She likes when I explain things, so it works out. But yeah, no, we don't really fight. It's fun because we both like to debate. I don't get to do it very often, and I feel like I'm decent at debating.
Take your arguments over. Because I never know what you're gonna.
Oh, you want to say that?
Oh yeah, sure.
His arguments always make me laugh because I never know what he's gonna say. I like to make things that sound plausible, but like if you really think about them, they're pretty ridiculous. Whereas I feel like Raymond's arguments are so absurd that I can't think of a reason, because my brain, the first thing it wants to fixate on, okay, that doesn't make sense, and then I feel like the need to explain why it doesn't make sense. But as you bring up reasons why it doesn't make sense, he combats you, so you don't end up fighting the main issue. You get pulled on these side tangents. So it's really, really funny. I feel like it's really enjoyable when we argue about silly stuff. Like, we argue a lot about art. Like, that's one of my favorite things to argue about, because in reality, it's only fun to argue about things that have no actual consequence or relation to your actual life. Like, I have never made $1 million taping a banana on a wall, so of course I can make fun of it and like laugh at it and stuff like that. But the funniest thing is not to like make fun of it, but to support it, because that infuriates him. And then we just end up going back and forth, and it's really delightful. And in fact, one of our mutual friends says that she hates riding in the car with us because we always argue about dumb stuff together for fun. So I'm trying to think of what's an argument that we have sometimes. About Rex from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. We argue we argue about the main character of Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Oh, like, just, I'm trying to think of a really good reason, oh, so, our washer and dryer it's like in our apartment building, but it's not it's not in our house, it's like a separate building. And so, I was talking about, oh, I'm so glad, like, our laundry is free, blah, 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 like something like that. And he'd be like, okay, but if it wasn't free? And then he starts telling me how he would get into the laundry. And I'm like, Raymond, we can't do illegal things. He's like, I'm not doing an illegal thing. I'm thinking about an illegal thing. He's like, are thought crimes now not allowed? And so then it becomes this argument about, well, I'm not talking about thought crimes. Like, technically a thought crime isn't a problem, because if people got arrested for just what they thought about doing, even if they were not really going to do it, that would be an issue. However, like, I'm not arguing the ethics of that. I'm just saying don't make a fake coin for our laundry machine so we don't get kicked out. But instead of focusing on, like I know he's not really going to do it, but instead of focusing on that, I get distracted. I'm like, wait, no, you can't do that either. And so, like, it becomes, like, a really silly thing, because obviously I know he's not going to do something illegal, but also, I don't know. I can't think of a particular example, because it's like every day there might be something silly that we discuss. And at this point, it's either join in, so if he starts being ridiculous, I'll also start being ridiculous, or it becomes he starts being ridiculous, so I debate why he can't be ridiculous, or vice versa. I start being ridiculous, and it's like I don't know. I can't think of a good example right now. You'll just have to watch us, and eventually an argument will pop up. And at some point, when I have a mic and you can actually hear our back and forth in real time, then it'll be, I think, more easy to understand. And you can also pick a side, because I think that's funny too. We should have, when I get a mic, debate topics, like just things that we go back and forth on. Be pretty funny, I think.
It'd be a lot of fun to do that. Actually look forward to it. Like when you talk to someone and say you eat a lot of red and green chocolate, you'll be sick of chocolate, and they reply with, I can eat yellow chocolate. Maybe.
Like, that it would be more like,
it would be more like me being like, hey, do you want red chocolate or blue chocolate? And he's like, I want purple chocolate. Now, purple chocolate is not an option. And I'd be like, well, the options are red and blue. And he'd be like, okay. But then you have to melt them down and you can mix them together and then I'll have a purple chocolate. I'm like, but that's a chimera of chocolates. There's only red and blue. Those are your options, sir. And, like, I'm trying to argue from Raymond's perspective, but I don't really know what, like, the things that I am saying don't really match the absurdity of what he says. I cannot think of a good example, because in truth, every time we have these kinds of debates, he always says something that I did not think of that would have never occurred to me. So I really am not good at arguing from Raymond's perspective because he always keeps me on my toes. I really have no idea what he's gonna say. Just because he's kind of quiet. Like, you've talked to him, and so you see like his tonality is not very shouty. Mine, I feel like, is a little shouty, but because of that, it'll always just kind of be like out of the blue. Like, I'm just like, what? I don't know. I'm not really good at explaining Raymond's humor very well, but he's really funny. I really like talking to him.
Aww. I like talking to her too. Not just because she's also funny, but she's also very smart. So I have to really bring my A game if I want to like trip her up in a logical argument. And my favorite like times we have like these silly debates is when I paint her in a corner where she can't like claim logical victories, so she has to just accept that she's right because she said so. It's so funny.
But saying I'm right because I said so satisfies us both. Because then I can pretend that I'm right. He can't
Oh,
be
wait.
I said, but see, ending an argument with "I'm right because I said so" really like meets both of our needs because he can have the knowledge of being victorious, and I can have the knowledge of I'm always right. So leave me alone because I'm right. So I feel like my ego can be unbruised, but also he's like, he does this little laugh. I don't know how to do it, where he's just like, you lost. And I'm like, I did not lose. So anyway, I think it's really fun because no matter what we do, like we play a lot of games together. Like, we'll play board games together. We'll like play video games together. And this is even before we started dating. He is a lot better at certain skills with certain games than I am. And I am just a sore loser. And I know it, but I'm not like a sore loser. Like, I'll be resentful after the game. Just like during the game, I'm like, I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you are winning right now. How could you win? You know what? Clearly you do not love me as your wife because you are beating me. I can't believe it. Like, you are absolutely in first place. Like, how could you do that to me? And so, like, since I'm joking like that, when we finish the game, he's not a gloater. So it's just kind of like, now let's do it again, except this time I'll beat you, I feel like because of that, it's really fun to do stuff because I don't really get tired of losing. But I also don't get tired of gassing myself up and just being like, yeah, I'm going to beat you this time. Granted, I have never beat this man. So it kind of reminds me of like a villain-hero dynamic where Raymond is the hero and I'm the villain, by which I mean no matter how many times the villain is jailed, he always somehow thinks that he's going to win. That is literally me anytime I play Raymond in anything. And not only Raymond's mom. His mom is really good at games, and every single time I watch myself get destroyed, I'm like, but next time you're mine. So I do think I have a tendency of bouncing back, which helps a lot. But overall, Raymond and his mom are both really skilled at games and hard to beat. Like, so hard to beat.
I wouldn't say that.
That's because you're a liar.
I'm not a liar. I'm just honest.
You're honestly lying.
There have been times you've beat me.
Really, in all games that you don't have.
That's not true. You beat me at Mario Kart consistently.
Also obsessively.
I mean, whether or not you obsessively play the game doesn't invalidate the fact you win.
I did.
Hmm.
I actually don't really mind it. I really do think that's why I compared. Always. And then one day gets a win. I'm just. My man could beat you at Smash Brothers. And your husband make cookies.
My goodness.
How quaint.
Oh, quaint.
He knows how to operate a vacuum. Can he beat Mega Man?
I can't beat Mega Man. What are you talking about? No.
Doubles match.
He didn't whip it. Okay. Oh, in the doubles match. Did he play Mega Man? I don't think he did. Once. I beat him once.
That's more.
He's talking about how I went into a tournament for Smash Brothers against some friends of ours, and she was with the wives of all the guys that were in the tournament, and they were at a different house. And well, I can't tell the story.
Not really. That's not what I was referencing. I mean, that was a brief reference. Reality. I was just talking about how I.
Hmm.
Yeah. Sometimes. Where's your kid? I want to marry.
Hmm.
Oh. And your husband. Oh. And oh.
No, because they don't let him play the slap game.
And your husband. Oh. That's literally. Like, okay. And your husband plays Xenoblade Chronicles. No! Whoa!
Hmm. All right. For what? Just trying to fix my mistakes, really.
No, but I mean.
Yeah, because honestly, I couldn't pick one thing. And then I ended up going a little too hard in the paint. Oh, thank you.
Only 4x6. Say if I put it in 9, would you mind?
4x6? What do you mean? Do we have a 4x6 table? Is it 6 feet or is it longer? But yeah, I even mentioned that I don't think we'll be able to stream.
No, you could Friday.
No, at the event.
Actually,
Yeah, I know.
I was just.
How's everybody doing? Everybody, I think, is just Gahora, but how are you doing? Nothing. Very light today. Like in far as in terms of viewers today. Just no. Me. Right. Hmm. So, something on your mind, Gohor? Our stream okay? Mocha cam seems okay. Microphone looks okay. Do you usually get paid salaries, wages, like once a month or week? Oh, okay. It's either it's either every other week or every 2 weeks, or it's every month, once a month. But it also just depends on the kind of business you have. Some jobs you can get once a week, but those are rare, I feel. Hmm. They say Kahora says it's same over there. Hmm. That might be a byproduct of TV shows from the past. Because like in the past it was more common to have a paycheck every week. But it's been a long time since that's been normal. But a lot of like show writers and maybe even like older TV shows still have that part of the like in the shows where the characters get paid once like every week. But that is not it's not the case anymore. Do you use salary or wage or anything else? So salary is different. Salary is like you don't get paid per hour. You get paid based on like an entire year, and that gets divided by how many times you get paid a month. And a wage, I feel like, is more. It's more hourly. So a wage is like you get paid like say $20 an hour. So every hour you work, you get $20. Now that you can work more or less, and if you work more, sometimes that pushes you into overtime, which you get paid more for if you're working over your expected amount. And the expected amount is like for full time is 40 hours a week. So anything above that, you get paid extra. And so people who work on salary, like they typically get paid more on like baseline than a wage worker. It's not always the case, but typically. However, a salary person doesn't get overtime pay. So if you get your paycheck, what would you say? What would I say? Like the paycheck?
We have wages. Salaries.
Justini said salaries tend to be management or and up, and we get wages. But I'm a little confused by your question. Like, so if you get your paycheck, what would you say? Yeah, what would we say about what? Mm-hmm. Like here, for example, when someone asks you, how much do they pay you? We typically say $500, meaning a month. Oh. Yeah, we usually, unless we are salary, we usually say how much we make an hour. And if we are salary, we would mention how much we make in a year. Here.
If you're an hourly worker, usually there's two types, part-time and full-time. Full-time is always going to be 40 hours. So that means if a person is trying to find out like, "Oh, you're a full-time worker, how much do you make?" That means if they know per hour, they can calculate by times 40, you know. And there's things that will make that go up or down, like insurance and taxes and all that stuff. So they would need to calculate the rest of it kind of on their own. But knowing what the hourly wage is a better baseline than your what we call gross pay, or what you receive after all of those calculations. On the other hand, if a person is a part-time worker, all that means is that they work less than 40 hours, which could be a range of they work 2 hours a week, which like would be kind of an extreme example. Most people, when they work part-time, it could be like as little as 8 hours a week, but usually they may work like a half shift per day, which might be like 4 hours or 5 hours in a day. But regardless, it just means that they can work within that range up to 39 hours, which is basically all time. But they will have different circumstances depending on how many hours they work in a week. And so it's kind of like that calculation of whether they're part-time or full-time, knowing the hourly wage would be more helpful than knowing the weekly wage if they worked less than the 40 hours per week of a standard full-time job. Does that make sense? Am I making sense?
Yeah, and like we don't need to say the full amount to each other, because we all know like if I made $20 an hour and my friend made 25, then I'm like, oh wow, that's quite a big difference. So when you're looking for a job and they tell you what they pay, what's the number? That depends on what job you're applying for here. Because sometimes they say hourly, sometimes they say salary, sometimes they don't tell you on the like on the job posting. Yeah, there's some states where they can still not say what salary or what. I'm trying.
No,
I'm trying. She can't hear, so I'm trying to express
sorry.
It's only some states, very few, can post a job listing without saying how much they are like willing to pay, but most of them will like either mention the hourly amount or the yearly amount. Oh, most of them don't require you. Oh, okay, never mind. Reverse that. It's the worst one. So most states don't have to tell you how much they are going to pay for a job. Only 3 are required to tell you before you apply how much the job is for. So, and that makes sense because there's a lot of jobs where I apply and they do not post how much, which is frustrating because how do I know?
Time.
To say the yearly amount means it's a different kind of job. So if I was working under like a salary, I would not take overtime because it's basically working for free. But if it's saying so like however, when you're working salary, there are benefits. Like because they don't pay you per hour, if you don't like work like a full day, you still get paid as if you were working a full day. You don't miss out on pay if you have short days, because you're paid by the year, and it's not calculated by hour. It's not calculated by actual time worked. It's calculated by the fact you're there. Yeah, with salary jobs, just said the workflow, how much you're expected to work changes. So sometimes you're working a lot, and sometimes you're hardly working at all, and it goes back and forth. So they give you paychecks, say, every month, but the salary is per year. Yes. So they would give you a paycheck either every month or every 2 weeks, but it's your total amount. So say you make, to make it easier on math. Oh yeah. So say you make $12,000 a year, which is just, that's
Below the poverty line.
that's real bad. But then you get paid every month. They would divide that by 12, and you would get $1,000 a month, every month. How are you supposed to understand and expect how good that salary is? That's a great question. You often don't know until you're there and you're working. Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, and there are jobs that purposefully scam you. Oh, that wasn't as bad a number. Yes, in the United States, 1,000 won't even get you a place to live. You'd be homeless if you made $1,000 a month. Certified Silly Goose. Hello, welcome. Thank you. Someone came in and said, this is pretty. It wasn't looking that pretty earlier. I've been trying to fix some mistakes I made yesterday. I'm guessing it's before taxes. Everywhere in the US? Yes. Taxes do take out, and they don't tell you how much you make after tax. Yeah. But thank you, Certified Silly Goose. I normally work with just markers, but yesterday things started to get out of hand, and I'm using colored pencils to kind of like fix some of my past mistakes. Everywhere in the US? Pretty much, yeah. For job stuff. Being that awful. Yeah. I'm guessing you like Sea Life. Actually, I do, but this is a request. Our downstairs neighbor wanted something ocean themed. They said they're a water dragon. That's their yearly sign or whatever. I very much love colorful reefs and fish and seahorses and turtles, clownfish, any ocean life. And they gave us some money. So I'm working on their request. Is $2,000 a month much better, or is that's still very low?
So right now. So okay, let me tell her.
Yeah. Also keep this or use your phone.
Oh, at the comments so I can see responses.
Also,
Oh,
if you want to have that.
got it. Give me just a second, 'cause I want to see this.
Sure. My wife's got the microphone. I'm leaning over to.
Was that Silly Goose? Are they on YouTube or Twitch?
You.
Okay, nice.
No one's.
Oh, well, I'm just asking. So Silly Goose, hello. I am the wife of the artist, and so I kind of do commentary while working on my day job on the side. Usually there's a lot of phone calls, but today it is very slow in that respect. So I have enough time to complain about wages. But basically, Lahora, how it works is each state is very different in terms of cost and living. Like there's pros and cons of living in the city versus the countryside, because like like that's the same pretty much everywhere, right? Like depending on where you live, places are more expensive or cheaper. And oftentimes wages are reflected in those areas by that. So with the US currently, the cheapest state that a person could live in on a wage of on like the lowest wage for a single person household. I'm just gonna do the math really quickly for a monthly salary. Okay, so the cheapest wage that you could live and have your own house, like single person, not have a roommate with any additional wages, is roughly $25.96 an hour. Which, if you divide that by like 40 hours a week, that's an annual salary of roughly $54,000. And when I say the lowest, that does not mean the average. So like if you lived, for example, in South Dakota, which I don't know how familiar you are like with the US states. Do you know where South Dakota is? Okay, is my hand tasty? Yeah, $25.96. So like almost $26 an hour. So South Dakota, miserable state, mostly snow. There is nothing there but snow and cows, and it is cold. And not a lot of people live there, but their wages tend to be low. Like their wages tend to be lower, but also the cost of living being lower means that the exchange is that you wouldn't live in, like, for example, a populous city. So there may be a limitation in terms of like diversity, if that's important to you, or types of food or things to do. Like there's not going to be huge malls and lots of like places to go out and do fun things, festivals or whatever people like to do. Like, there's less of that of just like having activities that don't cost a lot of money. So that would be the exchange. You live in an area that is relatively remote, and in exchange you get to survive. Yay. Now, of course, with the cost of living being lower, that doesn't mean that living there, the local jobs will pay those wages. So it kind of is one of those things where you'd have to find a job that those wages, like you'd find a job that paid those wages in that place, and that is more of the problem. So yeah, it's a rough thing. A lot of working class people who are kind of like on the struggle bus, and then lots of people who aren't on the struggle bus because of expenses, like things that were considered like a good wage. Now the cost of expenses means that wage is like low to middling. So you end up having to like cut a lot of things. And I think especially in the US, things that are luxuries tend to be cheaper long term than things that are necessities. The lowest wage per hour is actually $7.25, which is a problem. Yeah, it's a huge problem. And there's a lot of politics behind not raising the minimum wage. But basically, like in the 90s and early 2000s when I was growing up, it was like crazy if someone had to work 2 jobs to survive. Now you'll hear people like working like 4 jobs to survive. It's like, or they'll live with roommates or things like that. So there's a lot of there's a lot of young people who are struggling a bit with finding jobs, because our job market is pretty bad right now. But it really is like a mixture of people who are really, really broke and then people who are really, really not, kind of in the same neighborhoods. Because like in our area, we live in an apartment, but there are lots of $1 million houses around us. And even renting here is not very cheap. So it's one of those things where you can maybe find a cheap place to live, but there's always going to be a trade. Always, always, always. So like where I'm from the East Coast in Philadelphia, it is a major city, so there's way more competition, way more housing and things like that. And the houses tend to be older because the East Coast is a lot older than the West Coast. So, like my grandma's house, for example, was built in like 1920. A lot of houses in Philadelphia are older, and so as a result, um, there are like things that are, I guess, modern amenities that aren't like in those houses. So like most houses in Philly won't have a dishwasher. They won't have uh like an electric stove. They may have like a gas stove. You know, there's like things like that that will be the exchange. But also housing tends to be cheaper. But also the minimum wage is $7.25, whereas here the minimum wage is what, $15? Yeah.
I don't know.
Each state can decide its minimum wage, but most of them choose. Um, oh, sorry, I'm what was I talking? Yeah, so that's the thing. Something might cost the same amount, but it seems that like the money stretches further in some ways that it doesn't stretch here. So um, like because like okay, so like let's do a breakdown. For example, if $1,000 rubles a month is an average salary, what would you pay for like housing? Like if a person was renting an apartment, a two bedroom, no, let's say a 1 bedroom apartment, they're just one person, how much would their rent, like monthly rental costs, be? I know, so many prickles in you. Prickles, little things, little spiky leaves and stuff, because she chose to run through that bush. Because like the thing is, an apartment in the U.S. is not going to be cheaper than like $1,000 a month. So like it's very rare to find rent that cheap. Like in our city, when I was looking, if you wanted to live in like an absolute hole, you could find really cheap rent. But if you wanted to live in like a normal place, not something that has a ton of amenities, like I'm not talking about those places that have like a pool and like, I don't know, stuff like that. But I mean like just an apartment that has rooms and a stove and a dishwasher and a refrigerator, not even a washer and dryer. Our rent is about $1,500 each month. 100 to 150 rubles for an average apartment. So yeah, that's the difference. Housing is 10 times the cost of housing in your country. Oh, I'm so jealous. Oh my gosh. And 250 more for a better one. Ugh. Yeah, if I could find a monthly apartment for $100. Oh. Oh. $100 to $150 for, or $250. Yeah. So if I were to find an apartment that renting an apartment for $100 or $150 or $250, that would be prices like decades ago. Like decades ago. At least 2 decades ago. Yeah. If our housing was like $100, we would not have medical debt. Oh my gosh. I just think that in the US, necessities are a lot more expensive is the problem. Like a lot more expensive. Housing cost is really, really high. Like, I don't know anyone who has... Food is a lot cheaper though, yes. And while that like may vary depending on where you live, I think groceries where we live are more expensive than on the East Coast, but because the US is really big, it means that a lot of our food is imported from other parts of the US, and that can sometimes bring the cost up. Like California grows like tons of fruit for Oregon, so like strawberries, for example, oranges, trying to think what else. Yes, what I'm saying, each state. So like for example, Oregon I know grows hazelnuts, but then they ship them out to the rest of the country, so those hazelnuts will be more expensive because you also have the cost of getting them from one end of the country to the other. So local foods, like if it's from here, yes, much cheaper. And also this might be an observation that your mileage may vary on. but I feel like people grow food a lot here. Like when I take Moko on a walk, there's apple trees outside. There's blackberries, which I know is a invasive vine here, but free fruit is free fruit, you know. Um, all right, so salaries are 750 to 1400 rubles, not much more. Say we buy a large tomato for a price of. So like a tomato, how much would be a tomato? I think the big ones is like, oh yeah, cause look, I think I've scared away Goose. I'm sorry. Ugh. Well, that's a loaded question because we sell. Oh, in Belarus. Oh yes, okay. Sorry, my bad. Oof. It looks like a big tomato right now is $1.79. Like if I talk about my wages, mm, so like, okay. So I'm trying to understand. One thing is, okay. So you said it's 100 to 150 for. Okay. I understand. So $500 and then 150. So okay. One. Okay. So basically, with what you're saying, Gohor, is that the wages that you're discussing are roughly 30%, 33% of your wage goes to rent, right? So that means like every single month, 1/3 of the things that you only go to your housing. And that ratio is higher here. So like my wages, let me just do the math really quick. Okay. So I did the math of. So what the thing is though is cost. You mentioned that an apartment is $500 and then rent. I mean, sorry. You make $500 a month, and then rent is $150. And so what I'm saying is, and that's 30% of your income is going to housing. I just did the math currently, and this is not including utilities. It doesn't include, like, so I'm talking about our electricity bill is not included in this number. Our water, sewer, what is it? WSG, water, sewer, garbage. Water, sewer, garbage is not included in the number. This is just for the roof over our heads. The roof over our heads is 53% of our income. So that means like I make roughly my hourly wage is $25.75. However, after taxes, I bring home per paycheck roughly $1,300. So times 2 is $2,600, and our rent for the month is $1,395. So if I do the math, that means that 53% of our income goes immediately to housing, and then the rest of that 47% that's left also goes to other bills. So then we're going to take out electricity, we're going to take out the water, sewer, garbage, we're going to take out our internet, which I use for work. Just with those three things, that would mean, let me just do a little bit more math. Mocha, second. And so then with the utilities that I just calculated really quickly, internet, water, sewer, garbage. Okay, see you soon, silly goose. And what else did I include? Internet. Yeah, internet, water, sewer, garbage, and electricity. That is another 10%. So that means 63% of our wages are necessities. Because if we don't have internet, I can't work from home. Which means we have to drive to work, which is gas cost. So we'll cut that out. So we don't have to use gas to get to and from work. And work is what? Would you say 15 minutes away from here? Okay. So 15 minutes, 30 minutes round trip, because I'd have to also come back home. No, it'll be 2 round trips because you're driving. So that means that 1 hour each day of driving, in addition, Monday through Friday, 5 more hours of driving. Because it will be going is 15 minutes, coming back. So that's Raymond dropping me off. And he keeps the car because what if he needs it while I'm at work? So he has to come pick me up again and then go back. So that's 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes. 1 hour each day would be gas. So we will be saving $80 in internet, but then more in gas. Right. So that'll be $450 left, and then $150 would go to housing. That'll be $300 left. Yeah, that's a tight budget. Honestly, the problem is that sometimes when it comes to wages, the things that are the everyday expenses become higher, whereas the luxuries don't really increase in price if you do that same math. So if we were what they call a DINK couple, which is double income, no kids, it would be a lot easier because we would have more income that would not have to go to necessities. But that's not our situation. So it's kind of a lot of people and and my wages are considered a little on the higher side. The thing is, when I was doing that math for the $25.96, the reason I knew it is because I had done research to see on my salary alone, what is the cheapest place I could live in if I was not married to Raymond, only for math purposes, not for anything else. Because I was curious, and it's literally one state in the US, and I was rip. Most other states, they do require higher income. So people who are double income, let's say that Raymond made the same exact amount as me, that would mean that it would be $108,000 per year. Well, if we lived in South Dakota, that means we'd be balling. But if we live anywhere else, not so much. So it's kind of one of those things where struggle bus. That's why a lot of people try to live places where their money stretches further, because even though conversion wise it will be a lot of money, unless we were making our money and our wages in a higher currency, it actually ends up being not a ton because of how high expenses are here. So it's rough on these streets. I'm sorry, because I feel not I'm sorry I did something, but I'm sorry that it's also expensive for you, because it sucks. It sucks. If I were in Belarus, clearly my wages would go further, but since we're not, it's kind of man, I wish things were cheaper. I hear that in other countries too. I've only had the experience with Thailand, but internet is a lot cheaper in so many other places. Way cheaper. way cheaper in other places. So, ah, ah. Okay, I talked enough. Sorry, talking a lot. Yeah, of course.
How much?
Internet? $80. $80 US a month. $79.90. Not the fastest.
Yeah, it's not very fast internet. I think when my parents got Ziply, it was like 90. No, it was before That was before Ziply. They paid 90 for like Comcast's like gigabit internet with just internet, but it wasn't fiber. But yeah, our internet's not the best. Yeah, $80 a month. Also, things are looking up on this deal. Looking better. I like it. Oh. Actually, I feel like my mom's job was a failure because now she's working at a governmental structure and she gets 1,300 rubles, working 12 hours a day. Which is not a fantastic position, but a lot better. Is a normal shift 12 hours? In the US, a normal shift is like 8.5. 12 is a lot. I think for nurses and doctors, they have those kind of, like at hospitals, they have 12-hour shifts, but it's not a common thing here. Huh? Mm.
That is not as.
You could type that out. She was responding, but she doesn't have the mic right now. Oh, why are we out of focus? This feels so much better. Like, come look. I only did this. I haven't touched this.
Oh, I feel like my. I'm just being silly.
There.
Looks
That's what I
great.
fixed.
I didn't see what it looked like before. You didn't show me about it. Not mad, but you know, you weren't feeling it. Yeah, it's beautiful. I love this. That's gorgeous. I like the shadows of the fish too.
That really doesn't need.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
But right here, this is what I'm fixing. So it kind of looked blobby like this, except this looked worse. Oh, Gahor says hey.
Hey. Schools are basically like work, so yes, finally I'm on camera, although only like my teeth and nose and chest. But no, you don't have to look down. I'm not.
No, I'm trying to look.
Oh, I see. Well, you still don't have to look down. You'd be next to me.
I am.
Oh. Hi, Mo. Mocha tried to kiss me in the mouth. Mocha! She's like, you're down here, but you're not saying hi to me.
I don't know if she heard all.
Oh, sorry, what was I saying? Oh, because you're talking about teaching. My sister is a teacher, and they also have to work like 8.5 hours. Oh, me? The way that I look at you guys? Or are you talking about Raymond? Laura said, I love the way you look at us. And so I was wondering, me, us? Like, me looking at them, or you looking at them? Oh, me. Oh, thanks. Yeah. We definitely have to get... We're definitely going to plan a day where we do a stream together and we both are on camera. It just hasn't happened yet. So, sorry, but it will happen. Wait, where's your camera? Oh, there it is. Oh, I'm sorry. It's laptop. Yeah. Also, my skin looks really good in this one. You always look washed out and you're complaining about it like you have to fix it. But I feel like... Oh, you fixed it?
Yeah, it was that one time.
Oh.
It was an error. Just like... It was constantly cranking up the exposure on its own. It was just glitching out. A reset fixed that. Yeah, she looked great. She always looks great. But sometimes cameras hate her. But, yeah, she looks fantastic. You said you need to like lock in for work? Sorry, I've been distracting you. What do you think, Aurora? We're pulling this together, right? This feels better. I feel like it feels better. Oh, welcome back, Certified Silly Goose. Yeah, I'm talking about the RPs. This is just like... You remember how frustrated I was yesterday. I feel much better about it today. Like... I don't know. Not making me want to bash my head in. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, they're saying it looks great. And I think I can agree. Yesterday I could not. Because I think yesterday I really just did too much. No, you're fine. No worries about the typo. I still understood what you were trying to say. So, Silly Goose, do you like to draw too? Are you an artist yourself? Oh, nice. Oh, you post on YouTube. Okay. I always take a look at other artists. I join the stream. Oh, really cool. You have really clean line work. Hmm.
Oh, so cute.
My wife's looking at your work right. They said it's super cute. They like how, what was it? Squishy was the word she used.
Oh, it's so cute. Yeah, it is.
She really likes it. Keeps like,
That's so
just like this.
I
It's
just
so
feel like
super
the
cute.
proportion-
Hmm. She says she wants to hug them, and if she feels like they'll be soft, the characters.
That's not what I said.
Just didn't take it.
I was misquoted. Oh, sorry. What I said was that the proportions that you draw makes the characters look like they're really squishy if they were hugged in a good way, and I really like that. Excuse me, Mocha. I am very sorry. She pawed me because I didn't pet her.
Hmm. Are you gonna give her? I mostly make animations, but I used to do speed paints. Oh, cool. Oh, she's getting the toothbrush treat.
Wait. Mocha? Wait.
Mocha loves
Let me
the
get
toothbrush treat.
Wait, Mocha. The girl can get
I would love to squish my characters as well. Cute.
a girl. Is Mocha a good girl?
Toothbrush treat. It's like a green toothbrush.
A dental.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's like a dental treat. Yeah, but it's she loves it. She goes absolutely crazy for it. Yeah. Good old toothbrush treat. Her favorite. Oh, yeah. What are they called? Greenies?
They are off-brand green. Or
Off-brand greenies because we're poor. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, these are.
Oh no, they are the ones. We're not that poor.
I got a coupon for the twofer. I used it.
Oh, she had a coupon. Got it. Okay.
Usually I buy the fake brand. Usually I buy the fake, but this time I did.
Oh, you're fine though. Yeah. So right now, Mocha camps. Mocha's gonna go and she's gonna munch on that treat for a bit. She'll jump back up here, but in the meantime.
Your snack. Oh.
Oh. I didn't know they made those. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, they're good for their teeth. And for whatever reason, I don't know what they put in it, but Mocha goes crazy. I'm going to sketch my OC, so I won't type for a hot minute, but I'm still here. No worries. I like it when people draw along with us. Like most people do that pop in. Oh. Wife saying she's got to draw with us someday too. I agree. She's very good as well.
I just like.
She likes to draw squishy characters. Oh. She was showing off a dress she designed a while back for a character she made a while back. But yeah. And if this is something you like, we are. Oh wait, they said that's awesome sauce.
Oh, thank you.
One of these days, I'm going to just like sneak in a bunch of my wife's art and show you guys when she's like decidedly not sitting in her office desk and doing her work from like the bed or the couch, and that will teach her not to abandon her station.
Oh, this is my station.
I'm just kidding.
I like Booyah.
Yeah, we're here Monday through Friday. Yeah, we do have more than one event this month that we're going to be putting on. I'm all very new at this. I never sold any of my art until just recently. It was always just a hobby of mine. Don't really have an online presence either. Wait, now I'm curious. Which video of mine did you watch? We looked at the posts, but I will I'll have to watch some of the animations because that's something I'd like to do, but I don't, and so I love seeing others' animation. Yeah, we were scrolling through on your channel, like different posts and seeing like all the different characters. She clicked on a video with a hamburger character, she said. My wife did. Oh, you're working on a show? Really? Okay, no. I'll be silent. I won't say a word. They went like this. Gonna take a lot of effort, but I shall try my best. Well, that's exciting. Anything worth doing, when it takes a lot of effort, it's always worth it. Like, I guess that's the very definition of anything worth doing, but that's really cool. We actually are working on a game. I am doing the art for my wife's video game company. Or she's an indie creator. She's made how many titles? 11? 12? I'm gonna say 11 because she said 11 before. And we've only been married for almost a year. We have it's been 11 months, almost 11 and a half. Yeah. 11 and a half months. And we met in 2022, started talking and dating in 2023. And what's the game called? Okay, so hold on. I've got this. So this is the game we're currently working on. All right, yeah, get something to eat. Gahora, yeah, she's gonna eat and take a shower. So this is the name of the game we're currently working on. She actually, no, you're fine. This game is she was working on before she met me, and the original artist lives in Russia. And when the war broke out, she couldn't pay her anymore. And so she got different artists for different things, or one other artist, excuse me. And when we got married, I offered to pitch in, which is cheaper than hiring somebody, but I've not worked on anything before. And my wife says that she's very picky when it comes to things, and she thought I was good enough. But I've never...
You're not good enough. You're great.
I've never worked on stuff. I've never sold my stuff. And so... I started working on art for the game. And I figured to keep myself honest and still working on it, why not stream? And that gives me like kind of like a structure, like, oh, I have to work on the art pieces, because if I scheduled out time to stream, and that's kind of like my hack to get around my ADHD and all the like stuff. If you need help with anything, I can 3D model. Oh, the game's 2D, but we are thinking about like 3D stuff maybe in the future, which I don't know how to. I know how to like model for like buildings and blueprints, but not in like Blender. I'm trying to teach myself, but it's a lot and I don't really have a lot of time. But yeah. One of the first things I did for the game was actually design this pin. This is the main character. Her name is Arev. She's an android that you play as. And from there, hold on. Let's see. I don't mind, like, I've been working on this all day, and yesterday when I worked on this all day, it kind of got a little muddy. So I'm gonna take a quick break from this, and why not show you some of the stuff we've been doing. I'm gonna switch screens here. We're gonna go to the normal screen. This is the normal screen. So you moved around a bit. Oh, and Mocha came back, so Mocha could be here. That was a photo my wife had taken in Thailand, actually. So, the second thing I did, so the main character, this is from something different. The main character changes their hair every route you do, because it's an otome game, like a visual novel romance game. And for my first task in the game, aside from doing the pin, was to do her hair for the next character route we were programming. And I picked the styles for the next couple routes, and then like asked her if they'd be okay. Then took like a while, the original artist only did sprite work and key art for the game. And so we don't have like side profiles of the characters, and I wanted to make sure I did things right. So I went in, I did a side profile. I drew out, these are braids from Nigeria called Koroba braids. And so I laid out how you would part the hair for each braid, and then layered each out so that it would make a design. And the design was supposed to mimic like bunny ears, but with like the swirlies, because they're braids that are like curled in to like these big old swirlies. So this was the final result of that. This is the oh, thank you. This is the artist's sprite, the original artist's sprite, and I modified it so that the hair could go on, and I drew this hair. Was it a little bit more detailed than their art? Yeah, when I got here, it looked like how they had drawn the hair before, but zooming out, it feels like I may have overdid it. But her fans liked it a lot, so and she liked it. Yeah, I drew the hair. Now, for reference, let's see. This is what the original hair looked like. Let's see, right here. So this is what the original sprite is. Like the first, yeah, it's 2D. Yeah, it's 2D. I drew it. I used so to like, I tried to find like hairstyle, like a good picture of the hairstyle online for a reference, but everything I got was like not exactly the right like angle, nor were they good quality pictures. I mean, that one's kind of good, but like the lighting doesn't really tell me the details that I needed. And so what I ended up doing was I took a model of a single strand of a braid. I tried to get Blender to like curl it in and on itself. It didn't do what I wanted it to, and I asked on Reddit like how to do it, and people really didn't help me, but that's okay. So I just basically distorted it, and I don't like how the center kind of distorted, but I used that. So I curled it in, and then I took screenshots, or I saved the models, threw them in a program on my tablet here, this is just a Samsung tablet. So I had like this thing, and I would position the braids like so, wherever I needed them, took a screenshot, and that would be my reference. I didn't trace this. This was just a reference to have. Because like the braids changed shape and they distorted too much, so I didn't want to trace them. They weren't quite right. But that's how I laid everything out and got it to look like this. And then the shading was just me guessing, because I didn't really have much to go off of, so thanks. But this took a long time, and this was before I started streaming. And like, we had just gotten married. There was a lot going on. I also worked at that time. I was working full time. So there's reasons why it took like a couple months to do this. But I also don't like that it took so long. And now, like, as of like, it's been 6.5 months that I've been laid off. I got let go from my job right before our honeymoon, and I've been looking for work, and it's not been working out. So I've had more time to work on things, and we're doing okay right now. But like, because it's been 6 months, I ran out of unemployment. But we started a shop. I know a game where they make 2D look like 3D, kind of like that, drawing so many. You could use assets instead. So, wait, no game where they made 2D look like 3D, kind of. Yeah, could use that instead. I don't know what like you're trying to say in that other question. I'm trying to decipher it. But yeah, it's okay. It could also be autocorrect messing with you. But yeah, the job thing kind of sucks. But last month? How long ago was it? Maybe. Okay, use assets instead. Is it like for use assets? I mean, what I wanted to do was take a like basic model of a female character. It's like just really bare bones, just a skin, and then put all the hair on the model and then pose it. I couldn't get the braids to do what I wanted, let alone like I didn't know how to bone the hair so that it could like bend without morphing weird. So many things I didn't really know how to do, and I wasted a lot of time trying to figure that out. Maybe in the future I could use I would love to use 3D assets to generate like references, because I taught myself how to draw. I didn't go to art school. I don't know any like what? No. You know what a pivot point is in animation? No. But I could maybe guess? But I have no idea. No, asset, like 3D asset. Sorry, my wife is trying to work and listen to this conversation. She misunderstood. But like kind of like joints that connect things without morphing. Yeah, I know what that is. I don't know how to make it or connect it to an existing model or any of that. But one day I might take a class on it or something. But right now, like, this game's already out. Part 2 is what we're working on, and because my wife started dating me, it's behind schedule. It's my fault. She's saying, "Oh my goodness," but it's true. Like, part 2's behind, and she's programming. I helped her with some programming stuff, but I don't know how to program. I just know how to, like, based on my old job, I know how to make shortcuts real quick, and do all sorts of like figure out quality of life, making things easier. Yeah, it's not my fault. But it did take up a bunch of time, like 2 years, like plan a wedding and get to know each other, and yeah. How about you tell him?
Because I actually have to lock it.
Oh. Then quit ear hustling.
Sorry.
She's like, "No, I don't want to tell him. I have to work." Then I'm like, "Why are you telling me what to say?"
I'm telling.
Yeah, and you're like, "Oh, no, I gotta lock in at work," but nah. Let me tell it the way I'm saying it. Anyway.
Oh, but no, I actually was. I was just gonna.
Yeah, we did spend a lot of time together, which did take away from, every day for 6 months when we first started dating, just because we didn't know each other that well before. So I wanted to make sure, she had an opportunity to see me in any way. Like, people can pretend for a while, but every day for 6 months, you're gonna flip up. So like, I think my wife's amazing, and I thought she was not necessarily, well, yeah, I thought she was making a mistake by chasing me like she did, but
LOL.
I was wrong.
Are you saying I have bad taste, Mr. Morton?
I'm saying I didn't understand what taste was, okay? Not saying you had bad taste. But yeah. I'll just know that it's okay to have some extra time with the people you love. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm exaggerating for comedic effect. Like, but I also do kind of feel a little bad. Mostly because, like, it's a big project. It's been kickstarted. So there are people who've paid and have been waiting to hear any updates and haven't.
No, I did update.
Oh, she did update, but like, was it a lot of changes for a while until we like got married? But things are moving smoother now, especially since I started streaming like 4 weeks ago. And during that time, I actually worked on this. This is actually done, ready for the next character to go into the scene. What I've got to do is a bunch of scenes with the main character and their love interest of choice, and as you make choices in the game, different events happens, and when something significant happens in those events, a splash screen of art shows up called a CG, and those CGs need to be made. So in this instance, this is the love interest of this route, and I drew this. I used a photograph of myself as a reference, and I tried my very best to match the art style of the original artist. I do not draw like this normally. I taught myself using Spider-Man comics and Sonic the Hedgehog. So like, this is what the original like sprite work looks like. And so this is like a little desaturated, like a screenshot from a different piece. But they have like progression shots where I have the like here. No, not this one, not this version. This version, yeah. So here I've got the art here. And this is before I finished, but my tablet's kind of old and I can't have more than these layers, so I had to like get to a certain point and then like remove layers and save them. And this is, the artist hasn't, like, they have a Tumblr page, but they hadn't posted since 2022, and so I got a bunch of references of how they drew men at like that angle. And then this was an expression my wife was like, make the guy kind of look like this. She didn't specify, she didn't want the mouth to look like that, but she...
No, I did. I just wanted...
Oh, okay, well. She's now like changing what she said, but it's okay.
Oh my god.
So, yeah, I did my best. The fans seem to like it. Have I tried an art app called IBS Paint? Or Iblis Paint? Or... Yes, I have. I use Sketchbook. I have for a long time. Just because when I like open up an art like thing and there's a ton of options, it makes my brain hurt. Well, not hurt, but I can't focus. It overwhelms me a bit. So, also these I did on stream. These are new pins. So we have this pin here. This one. And like I said, how like this is the main character, and the plan is that when we release these pins to the fans, that they can take their favorite love interest and they have a heart with them, so you can put your favorite like love interest with the main character and pin them together. That's the plan. So I did a couple of those. But, yeah, we're working on this. So you're working on a show, I'm working on a game. A secret show. Sorry.
Oh, it wasn't hard.
Oh, thank you. My wife is amazing. She programs her games. She writes. She's a fantastic writer. She makes the music herself. All she can't do is the art. And she doesn't like marketing, so she sometimes needs help with that, but we'll definitely buy. Well, if you like, you want, we do have, like, this is on Steam. This game's currently on Steam right now. And it's also on itch.io. She also made another game that was pretty cool.
We gonna talk about
Heroin for Hire? Yeah.
Although did you know that
I think in my YouTube channel, is it linked? Oh, had stuff falling off my desk. Let me look. I think our website is actually linked in on our channel. Oh, hold on 1 second.
A. That is the French version of A.
All right, her work call's done. So, yeah, a writer and an artist is quite a dynamic, and we didn't even plan it like that.
Although we...
Of what? Mm. But yeah, we do plan on having that, and we'll have her on camera too. So when we do plan to do a playthrough of Bell Automata, you'll get both reactions. Because I've only played like a tiny bit, and then I mentioned the main character's name, and she about jumped out of her skin, tore my head off. Like, where did you find? How do you know that name? Like, literally, like Batman versus Superman, Ben Affleck.
Stupid! How do you know that name?
Yeah. She was very shooketh.
I was shooketh.
And then told me, don't you dare play that. She was so embarrassed, but yeah, I explained that like it's a romance game. You're not the kind of person for PDA. Yeah.
God, that's...
But I'm all for it. Like, we're in our 30s. I'm 31, gonna be 32. She's 31 as well. We're the same age. I hope one day I can find someone to... We both never dated before. I honestly thought I was gonna be a loner for the rest of my life. And my wife was like, absolutely not. But guess who ended up chasing me?
Wait. Give the... What's the
Are
qualifier?
you locking in? Are you locking in? Are you just...
No, you can't slander me.
Haha.
Not just that I said...
Okay,
absolutely
you better
not.
explain this quickly.
Okay, no. It's not that I said absolutely not. I said I have things I'd like to do before I even think about it. And then I was living my life. I was doing stuff. So it wasn't just that I was like, boys are gross. I was busy. I wasn't thinking about boys. Also, it was a romance game. So of course I was embarrassed. You don't want somebody reading like, it's like someone reading the gushy fan fictions you write about your favorite character. It's embarrassing. You bare your soul. You made the dolls smooch.
Made the doll smooch. That's new. But yeah. So can't wait to do that. This is gonna be it's gonna be nice to see my reaction, but even better to see hers. Because I find it like, for me, I waited 30 years to like meet somebody. You bet I'm gonna do every corny thing in the book.
Gosh.
Am I gonna open the door for her? Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Am I gonna kiss her hand in public? Yes.
No, okay.
Absolutely.
Wait. This one time, my shoe was untied and I didn't notice, and he tied my shoe in front of other people. I wanted to kill myself. Ah!
I did tie her shoe in front of people she grew up with. Because I went and she grew up on the East Coast. I live on the West Coast, and we live on the West Coast. So we went to her hometown to meet both her family and her friends she grew up with. And you know what? I was gonna do everything to make sure I look good. Silly Goose has to go eat. But I want to know what happened. So you dated once. He would spoil you, but if you tried to make space, he broke up with you. And what? Okay, you'll be back. All right. You'll have to tell your story then. Tell your story when you get back. But yeah. Hi, Gahora. We were just talking about the both our love story and the day when I play Bell Automata with Jasenia's embarrassed reactions live in front of everyone. Because it is so cute. I think she is adorable. Also really, really funny and cute at the same time when she gets embarrassed. Delightful. That's gonna be super. But we're just waiting for the equipment to do that. when we get like a camera for her, I mean, and then a microphone. It's mostly the microphone. I think we have enough cameras we can make it work. We just need a microphone. And then it's gonna be great. And I'm gonna be making the decisions, so like
Really?
in the game? Yes.
No, I guess like yeah, that makes sense because obviously I already know.
Mm-hmm.
But of course you'll be playing it, of course. God. But at least partially.
Mm-hmm.
If we had to read it, that would be.
She said, just saying how thank goodness it is voice acted, because if we had to read everything, she would die. She's dying right now thinking about it. Pride. Take pride in the work you do. You do amazing work. So, what I was saying, it's interesting how a $30 mic is expensive for you with the wages you get. That's because bills are expensive.
Bro, I told you that 60% of our check goes to necessities of just life. We did not talk about food costs.
Yeah, we didn't talk about like all that stuff. Like 60% was like did not even include food. It
Or
didn't.
gas.
It didn't include gas. It didn't include
Medication.
or our car payment
Or our dog.
or mocha or any like credit card debt we had because we had emergencies. Car broke down too a couple times. Like, if we didn't have debts from various disasters and all sorts of mishaps, what are bills? Is it like taxes? No, bills are like, it's just debt.
Those are
Oh, bills. Okay, bills are expenses you incur,
an electric.
like paying for electricity, paying for water, paying for internet. Those are bills. Like
Necessary
monthly payouts to necessary things. Car payment's a bill. Paying off a car. Yeah. Fuck it. A $30 microphone, I guess we could get it right now, but the thing is, it wouldn't be wise. We need it, like, with me not having any money coming in now, we can't spend a lot on anything that's not essential. And, I also figure, like, oh yeah, our rent's gonna be raised. And we can, $125 a month extra. So it's gonna get worse. And so that's why it's like, if the if people who are watching the stream donated and it paid for it, then that doesn't like take from anything that we need, right? It also means that something for the stream gets paid for by the stream. So
So like too, like Raymond's art that he's drawing right now will become a print that we will sell at the physical events that we do. And the summertime, since we applied for places a little bit late, we don't have a lot of summer events, but there are events coming up that we'll be able to do on certain like certain events where we'll be selling. And if he's able to vend a certain amount each month, then that will cover like basically other stuff that is essential. So like there will be a point in which he wouldn't have to get an additional job, like a day job, if selling his art makes a certain amount, certain threshold. And our ideal goal, like what would be really nice, is if we can get in a gallery. That's like a very big stretch, but there are galleries here that sell people's artwork like to like rich people, but you have to have a portfolio. And because Raymond's art is like, he doesn't have a lot of pieces like this where he is creating it and then keeping the original, it means that we don't really have a portfolio of work that we can also share. So so yeah, it's kind of like a gradual thing, and so we're basically surviving until we can be thriving.
Oh, a splint? I don't have a splint. This is just an art glove. So I don't get my greasy hands on anything as I'm resting my hand. Also, my wife was talking. Gahora says at least we have events. There's no way for us to go and sell art in a physical place. Our events are like community ones. Yeah.
So the thing is, we started with small events that have very low barriers of entry. So like the one that we're doing on Friday, for example, has the lowest barrier of entry, which is free, but it's also like pretty small. So that means there's not a ton of customers, you could say. It's a once a month market. It's funded by the Lane Art, like what are they called? Like an art council for the local area. So then bigger events though, you have to pay in more. So like, for example, let's say we wanted to do a county fair, which is just like a seasonal thing. It'll be like a week-long event, and maybe, let's say thousands of people come, but then to have a booth there would be like $1,000, you know? So there is like, the more chance you have of making money, the more expensive it is to get in, which means that we have to start small and build up. But that's okay, because like I said, we're at a point where like, yeah, it's true, we don't have like a ton of extra money or any extra money, but right now we're trying to make things based off of what we have, and then whatever income is generated then goes into feeding it, so that we're not paying from our necessary money to like our survival money to do this. So let's say that he needed new markers, for example. The money that would come to buy the new markers would have to come from the art that's sold. If no art is sold, no new markers, and he just has to work with what he has. So like, you know, there is limitation in that way, but at the same time, it means that we don't go too ambitious, because if we threw everything into building a new business, we made a bunch of inventory, we did all this stuff, and then there was nobody to buy them, then we'd be in a tight spot. Because people have told us, oh, you should make t-shirts, you should make stationery, you should make, and it's like, yeah, that would be nice, but right now we're making stickers and prints because that's what we can afford to make. Eventually, like, if we really wanted to, my thought is, before branching out further, we need to make things ourselves in terms of cost. So, for example, right now we have to get our prints from a print shop that has like fancy paper, and we have to get our stickers made from a sticker shop. I mean, from the same print shop, and that means that we're paying a higher cost, which then we have to pass on, because we can't, you know, charge. Let's say to get a sticker printed, it costs $1. Oh yeah, let's say to get a sticker printed, it's $1. Well, we can't then sell the sticker for $1 because then we're making $0. So let's say we sell the sticker for $2. Okay, so now we've made $1 in profit. But what if we can then use our $1 of profit and buy a printer, you know, eventually, not one single dollar, but we buy a printer, then we can print our own prints. That means that the cost of getting the paper and the printing, that high cost for each print is now way less, which means we can use that money to invest in other ways, like getting t-shirts made. So I'm kind of like basically build it so that it's not unmanageable. Because ideally we would be able to make everything that we sell, but for now we can't afford that because we don't have the time or the funds to do so. But start small, and then at worst, it's just something that can, keep our time going. But if not, and he decides to get a day job, it's okay, because then it's just supplementary income. Then whatever he's drawing for fun, gets pushed on, and it's not so time constrained as commission work, for example. So is it smaller? Is it less? It's definitely something where you have to become a business person and a marketer, but thankfully I am here. So as a couple, it's more doable, I think, than if he were to do it by himself. But yeah, that's kind of what I think. If he draws what he wants, then he won't get burned out. And if people like what he makes, then we can just sell what he's already making rather than having him draw custom things every time on a tight schedule. Look it up. Look and see if there's a local copy shop, because here in the US, there used to be places where you could go and get things printed before computers were common, household items. So there's still places like that where you can go and just get something printed, like a paper that you wrote or whatever. So here there's local shops that will do it, and it is cheaper than a conglomerate, like a big franchise, but also more expensive than doing it yourself. So they gave us a price sheet, and it would be one sticker by one sticker, like a 1-inch sticker by 1-inch sticker, would be $1 for them. I mean, sorry, 50 cents. So, but what if you want to get die cut stickers, meaning they are a specific custom shape? And that's where the expenses start coming in. So in order to use those specific dies, the price will go up. So it is one of those things that, again, here it's convenient for us because we don't have the tools to make it. But at some point, if it becomes profitable enough that we do have, I won't say extra income, but usable income, we can invest it back into making just more profits that we can broaden what we do. And eventually what will be really nice is if we were able to just do this full time and just have a little business. Because people do have their own businesses. They open cleaning shops. They open all kinds of shops. And with the increase of AI art and digital art, I feel traditional mediums will become more and more valuable in a lot of ways, but maybe more niche because digital art will be more acceptable. But I think of it like dollhouses. Sure, dollhouses aren't a everyday item. Not everyone is trying to buy them. Oh, I see. So you can also get sticker sheets. There are sticker paper that you can buy. I don't know, I don't know what shops you have around you. But again, we don't even have the printer that will be used to make it. So it is an investment. It's not something that's cheap. But in truth, you don't need a ton of shops. Only one. And in truth, in this town and area, that is the only one. But again, we only need one. So it's one of those things where we're just trying to do it. But for now, it's kind of like a building block thing. And if the ball gets rolling into a bigger space, then we can just become more selective about what's drawn. We don't necessarily need to become a conglomerate where we do sell a bunch of things. We're not trying to make a franchise or become viral or famous. We're just trying to live. So my goal is with his art is just to get people interested in it enough to want to put it in their wall, to want to put a sticker of it on their water bottle. We don't need it to become Labubu, where one of the stickers is $30. Reasonable prices, but beautiful things that are small, little gifts of things that people like to do for themselves. And I feel it doesn't need to be one of those things where everybody wants it, as long as it's something that people can enjoy. So I think with Raymond's work, I think it's really beautiful. And sure, billions of stickers don't need to be made, but we don't need to make a billion sales either. We just need to make enough to be able to, like, live. So that's really our goal. Any job, you only need to make enough to live, for us at least. So a single small picture is 0.8 for a single one. You can't put a lot of things. Oh, 0.8 rubles. Oh yeah, that is expensive, because for us to print like one print in, what is it, 8.5 by 11, which is our standard printer size, it is, I think, like, it's really cheap. But also, I think the thing that was expensive was the paper quality. We had to choose between different paper qualities in order to get what we wanted. So they had like different options, matte or glossy, and all this different stuff. I do think it helps that our area is a lumber area, so maybe that does make the paper cost a little bit lower. But that's the industry stuff that I don't know, because this is my first time in like getting into prints and like looking at them, and I'm still doing a lot of research to understand how does one even get into that business. So for now, yeah, it's true, we do have to kind of like invest, but it is helpful that a lot of the starter stuff is already done, which is, he's already a fantastic artist, he's already drawing. So from this point on, it's just, how do we find people who will appreciate and also want to have to like a piece of that. And yeah, because at the very least, even if he sold, like, let's say that we sold 5 prints for $20, $100 may not pay our rent, but it'll pay our groceries, so where our goal is just like to kind of build up inventory and have people buy things so that we can live. And like, I think we'll be reasonable based off of like everything. If we like maintain the exact same lifestyle but wanted some breathing room, like go out to dinner every once in a while and not have $0 in the bank at the end of each pay period, I feel like probably it would be closer to let me think, how many sales, I imagine. We would have to sell 40 full-sized prints per month, which sounds like a lot, but most of the things that we are selling are going to be small things that are inexpensive. Not cheap though, but inexpensive. So like the stickers that we're planning on, I think earlier Raymond showed some of the stickers. We're going to sell them for about $4 each. And that does mean that in order for the same thing, we would have to sell, 200 stickers a month, but that is much more doable if you think about, like, I know maybe it doesn't sound more doable, but it is, in terms of what people are willing to buy. It may be harder for them to spend $20 for one big thing, but $4 for one small thing is usually not as difficult. Sorry, I'm talking a lot about business stuff, but I'm just doing mental math a lot.
Yeah. Okay. For me, I'm still struggling with like imposter syndrome. Don't know. I've been looking for work so long, I feel desperate. But as long as it can keep us from losing our home or anything important, like, I'm willing to try anything. You know? That being said, I still look for jobs. I still apply a bunch. I don't want to risk everything. So Gahora, what are you working on right now? Or if you're or are you doing anything? Guess I should have. Oh, someone else? Who's all here? Roll call. Mocha, are you here? Oh, you are here. I might as well bring you back. Mocha's here. So sleep. I'm working on setting up my bed. Ooh. Hmm? Is it like a new bed or what, Mocha? I'm trying to take a color pencil. What do you mean that look for? Because it didn't pet you. Is that because that why? Preparing my bed for sleep. Oh, so like making the bed. I see. Gotcha. Nice. Hmm. Now I feel better. That feels better. I think this top part, it looks. Don't feel like it's a globby mess. The colors look right. Before they were really bright purple. This getting color pencil. I mean, like. Wait. It's okay. Okay. feel like I did learn a lesson. Don't do too much. Then you end up like having half of the drawing still left to go. As long as I can get it done before. Goal is Friday. Of this. Think I can get it done?
Today?
No, by Friday, very least. Yeah, not having to be like stuck fixing. Though I'm still like not like before. Felt like I couldn't keep working on it. Hmm. Okay, I've got a. What's the strangest animal you know about that exists and it makes you think, I don't know why that exists or how? I know it's a random question, but. What makes you go like, what? That exists? That's a thing? No takers? Let me think. An animal that I know of that I'm like, why? How? Thing. Huh? Yes, I am thinking right now. I think a pangolin. Pangolins are like... What, a dragon anteater? Like a knight in shining armor, but it's an anteater armadillo thingy? Like it's straight out of like a fantasy story. Exists? Hopefully it keeps existing. Given how like they coached all. Those are really cool animals. I'm one to slip. And a good like little practice session we had over here. So this looks great. I wish this was part of this, but we learned some great things. Definitely gonna figure out things. Hmm. I don't even like. I wish I had. Did I have a before picture? What this looked like? Yes. I guess I do have yesterday. In disgust of what. Really changed. Did that mean all stream was just fixing a mistake? It was definitely. to be listened to anybody who's working on something. Don't give up on it just yet, even though you make like a really rough mistake. Because even through mistakes, you nearly as you can always save something. Especially if you take time to like try and work out your problems separately. Don't give up on something because it feels gross and this. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Always happen. Unless you're perfect. Doing something. You practice times you can sleep. In which case, I am jealous of you, and we are not talking about you. You are very privileged, and one day, maybe one day, we will get there. But somebody who and I dropped my sharpener in a garbage bin. Oh, thank God.
Not rummaging, right? No, so here, I got it. And it's metal. Me. Metal. And it tilted it. Then, bottom. Also watch.
Still need the sharpener. Why'd I drop? Thank you. Who's all watching right now? Oh. Okay, sorry. It just got real quiet, so I was wondering. I was in my bed thinking about how sad and fair life stuff. You know what? You could think about all the unfair stuff. But for me, I like even with all this stuff my wife and I've been going through, we've been doing great. I get to be with my wife every day. And I get to be with her all day. And that's a plus. Another thing is that even though money is now tight and things really expensive, we've not gone a day where we haven't eaten. And think about like too, we still have our apartment. There's always going to be bad things that occupy your mind. Don't let it like they said they wish their issue was about money. Well, regardless of whatever your issues are, problems can change. Not all of our issues are money related either. But there's always going to be positives and negatives. And there will just seems like in the life we live today, you will never run out of negatives. But you can, yeah, existential stuff. It's always there. But you know what? That means it's always there when you're having a good time. It's always there when you are laughing and smiling. When you feel loved and feel comforted, it's there too. Stuff that's like always looming over your head, that's the thing. It's not going anywhere, which means it's also not able to completely ruin things either. There's a lot in life you can go through that changes everything. My own experience, gone through quite a bit, but can't take away my ability to be happy. Just can't. You can be happy anywhere, no matter what you're going through. Experiencing an existential psychological trauma is the worst trauma ever. Yeah, that may be true, but it doesn't like what I said is also true. Our childhoods do shape us a lot. But they don't define us. Like, think about me. My childhood, I was convinced I was an awful person inside. I was convinced I was lazy. It even got to the point where I was thoroughly like okay with it. Learn to just cope with it, deal with it. But it didn't slow me down. It didn't stop me from trying to do things. And maybe it stopped me from reaching out and being more than what I tried to do. Maybe it stopped me from trying from time to time. But as you grow and you learn more and more, find that those things really can't stop you. Not like right now. Maybe it tries, and maybe sometimes it does. I do get in my own head sometimes, but I'm still gonna try. Can't stop me from trying. And what do you know? Turns out I wasn't the lazy person, the awful person I thought I was. That was not true. There was something medical going on. And now, like, even though that messed with my head a lot, I know that there's a way forward. I know that, like, I can still do better. Even when I thought I was lazy, I still tried to beat that. No? Because I wasn't satisfied. Did it feel hopeless sometimes? Yeah, but it stopped me from wanting to. I think the video I watched recently, been running onto a lot of videos where women struggle, not because it turned out like this, but just because they're women. Yeah. And the more you watch stuff like that, the more it can really get to you. Say about that subject. No.
I'm gonna open YouTube first before I continue, like before I start talking, so I can keep abreast of the conversation. Note that I am no longer working. I just shut off my computer for the day, but I wanted to clean out my inbox first, so I did that first since I was pretty distracted during work today. My bad. So there okay. So the first thing is that we can't control society. And the things that are unfair, it's natural that and people naturally have a sense of justice, how humans are. And because of it, we take note heavily and are affected most heavily by things that affect us and less heavily about things that don't affect us. And because of that, the weight that people carry sometimes is heavier than it needs to be, because it is very hard to let go of the fact that things are unfair. However, because things are unfair and we know this, there's also the fact that sometimes, rather than focusing on the things and disadvantages that we have that affect the way that people treat us, which we can't control, and affect the way that we view ourselves, how others view us, which we also can't control. What we can control is our own view and thoughts and feelings. And what I mean by that is sometimes the best thing you can do is detach yourself from knowing how other people treat and view others like you negatively. Because A, they are not you. And sometimes putting the burdens of that society has ready to crush you on yourself can make you focus more on what you can't do rather than focus on what you can do. So I don't know if you're picking up what I'm putting down, but like, if I were to focus on every single thing that people dislike about me personally because of things that are not in my control, where I come from, what I look like, I could not have happiness. So instead, I choose not to focus on those things, even though they still affect me, but I just don't focus or give all my attention to them. So, like, this is a very, very, very small and like lighter topic in terms of like of all the different things. I want to talk about something that's not a necessity because I feel like that makes it easier. I love makeup, and when I was getting into makeup, I was 21. I've told a little bit of this story before. But one thing is that I didn't mention is that I actually tried to get into makeup earlier than that when I was 19. And the main barrier was that there wasn't makeup that came in my skin tone. And so it was very hard when you are a person going into a store, a makeup store, meaning that's all they sell is makeup. And you look at all the colors on the wall, there's 30 and none of them match you. They're all lighter than you are. And you go to the person, because obviously like I didn't even know how to find a foundation. And you ask for help and it doesn't go well. I'll just leave it there. It didn't go well. And I left the store crying because I wanted to find something to change my look, make me feel pretty. And instead, I left that store looking like a ghost because the only foundation, the darkest foundation, made me look like a ghost. It was so pale. And over the years, there are many things that I must do even now to find a shade of makeup that matches, including mixing different products, things like that. And it feels like a nuisance. It feels like, why is it to do something that I enjoy, that I think is fun, I have to be presented with the fact that companies simply do not care enough to invest in makeup that looks like me when I am not the only person in this world, or even a minor portion of this world that looks like me. And so I could focus on that. However, at the same time, that's a part of a bigger issue, how people view people who look like me and things like that. I could put that weight on myself. And when I was younger, I did. It's that feeling of, why do I have to be in this situation? Why doesn't this, it's not helpful and it's not productive and it does hurt you on the inside. But the thing is, that's not a burden that you have to wear. You can be annoyed or bothered by something and acknowledge that it's unfair and still not let it break you down personally. Like, there's a separation there. And I hope that that's distinct enough. I can be offended and annoyed that makeup doesn't come in my shade, but also still do my makeup and find it an enjoyable activity. I don't need to be fixated on the fact that most companies don't care, because at least I have these things. And that allows me to do the things that I want to do. Some people might call that coping, but instead, I think that first off, there's nothing wrong with coping with something. In fact, you should cope with things that are painful. But also, like, if the exchange for coping with something, or what I think is expressing appreciation and simply cherishing what you have rather than focusing on what you don't have, and I don't mean that in terms of possession, but in terms of societal standing, in terms of even ground. If you can focus on what you do have, you will have more joy. That's just the basic thing. Humans think that like distractions will help them have joy, but in reality, it's not about distraction. It's about focus. Whatever your attention on, I mean, honestly, when I say it's cool, it's just reality. It's like I can't change things. So even though I can't change things, I can just enjoy what I do enjoy. And I do. So like I mentioned, I'm not like when we got married, I wanted to wear a foundation that was matte. And I usually wear a glowy foundation, but I didn't want it to get on his suit because it was white. So I was looking for a foundation like that. The foundation I found was in my shade, but there were only 15 shades in that foundation, and I happened to be one of them. Now, I could have fussed about how irritating it was because there's so many other people who don't match. You know, some brands have 50 shades. How could they only have 15? I chose not to. Now, does that mean that there are no longer issues? No, that's still an issue. But in that moment, I chose to be grateful and appreciative of the fact that I could enjoy this rather than put all of my attention on the thing that I could not have, which is fixed availability of something that, in all intents and purposes, should be a right. So what I'm trying to say is when it comes to difficult things or bad things that happen, you don't have to ignore a problem, but you can give it less of your focus and put more of your focus on things that make you happy. And I don't mean like empty things that make you happy, but true things that make you happy. And you may need to find out what that is. Yeah, there is a lot of injustice with what women suffer through. It is so awful. A lot of this world is really, really awful. But I try to be optimistic because when it comes to things like this, even though I don't have the power to fix them, I do believe that they will change. And that helps me to move forward. I don't think that the world can go on like this forever, but I also don't believe that it will. That's my 2 cents. It's now 5:32 and we have to make dinner. Are you in like a groove? Okay. So what I just want to say is you don't have to ignore all of the bad things, but in the situations, like the bad things that happen to us, I know, like, how do I put it? Well, actually, it was in our wedding discourse. There was a talk given at our wedding, and there was really good advice in it that I think about to this day. And the person who gave the talk said he had been married for 45 years. His wife actually passed away a few months after our wedding. But he said in that discourse that many bad things happen to women and happen to wives. But when you go home to your husband who loves you, don't attribute to him what things other people are suffering from. And so the same can be said for yourself. When something bad happens to other people, you can acknowledge that it's bad, but you don't have to apply it to yourself. Just because someone could hurt you in that way doesn't mean that they will. But also, if anything, you can learn what to look for, to be very careful of. Because honestly, that was me. My mom had me when she was very young. And I knew that I didn't want that to be me. So that meant that I had to restrain myself from engaging in romantic relationships for me to feel safe. And then when I felt old enough that I felt like I could trust my decisions and choices, that was when I decided to date for the first time. And I chose well. But if I had not done the work to be discerning and to see what kind of person a person truly is, it wouldn't matter who I ended up with. They could always have the chance of being bad. But since I chose someone very carefully and I was very, very exacting about what I wanted and didn't want, I ended up choosing. So if you know that that's something that you don't want to experience, then what you can do is you can learn from those experiences and be very honest with yourself if you're going to engage with someone romantically. Because it's easy to think, oh, well, I would never let that happen to me. But in truth, people who become victims of things also think that they would not have things happen to them. But many decisions are made for people to end up in bad situations. And some of those decisions are not in their control, but some of them are. And what you can do is, if you're not currently in a situation that's bad like that, whenever you make a move, be careful. That's not 100% foolproof in this world, but it will help you a lot more than wandering into romance blindly. Leave it alone. Because didn't you say you did too much yesterday? Yeah. When you're drawing without purpose is when you over ink, so I think it looks great. Okay. So we have to eat dinner now. We're actually going to make dinner together in bulk. I bought a bunch of pork on sale. I bought a bunch of breadcrumbs on sale. And so we are going to bread and fry some food. And that's okay. I want you to know that, like, I dated for the first time when I was 29. Like that. And it may be that you date for the first time when you're 29. And it may be that you never date. But whatever you do, just know, if you already decided that whatever happens, you don't want it to be something bad, make sure that if you ever find yourself in a situation where you're curious or you start to have interest in someone, make sure that the things that the things that you dislike are not qualities that they have in any way. Because people, when they have like love goggles on, those things don't seem that bad, quote unquote. And then that's how they end up in situations where they tolerated it, thinking that they would have that same patience forever. So for me, I know that I had a list of red flags, things that I absolutely would not tolerate. Not because that meant that they were red flags for every person, but for me personally. So like I knew that, for example, that I didn't want to marry someone who already had children. I didn't mind if they had already been married in the past. But I did mind if they already had children. Raymond doesn't have children, obviously. Like, we don't have kids. But knowing that if I married someone who had children, they would have responsibilities with another family. That's not something I really wanted. So if that was the case, then if I met someone who had children, I was not going to have interest. Just, like, don't put pressure on yourself. That's all I say. If you choose, like, to be with someone, let that be something you choose. But if you choose not to be with someone, also let that be something that you choose. Whatever it is, it's okay. Because when I was your age, because I think what you mentioned you're 23? 19? Oh, who's 23? Oh, that was the artist who's working on the anime movie. Sorry. So you're 19. When I was 19, I did not want to date anyone. I don't think I was interested in dating even slightly until I was 27. And that was mostly because I didn't see anyone who had the qualities that I wanted, but also I had other things I wanted to do. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with not being interested in relationships. It may happen, it may not happen. And like, that's okay. I think that there is a lot of emphasis on romance because one thing I know just from being in my own romantic relationship, when you're in a good romantic relationship, it is a joy that you want to share with others. And so you like for me, when I think about like how Raymond makes me coffee in the morning and how like he looks at me and smiles when I make food and it's really delicious and he's like, thank you so much. Of course I want my friends to have that. I want them to be happy like that. I want them to have someone that takes care of them like that. But I wouldn't pressure them because like, that's the thing. There is no second Raymond. So, and even if there was a second Raymond, that may not be a person. They may not be a person who wants that. They may be like, I know you want to make coffee for me, but I don't actually like it that way. So I prefer to make my own coffee. So, you know, like each person is different. So I understand why in society, romance is so big. But what I don't understand is why there is a one size fits all. Like you have to date when you're a teenager. You have to date when you're in your college age. You have to date when you've never been kissed at 23. You've never been kissed at 27. It's like, it's not necessary. It's so silly, I think. But that is one of those things that a person has to choose to be okay with. And I think some people don't choose. They feel forced. So like, cause Raymond, when you were in like that young, you did want a family, right? Right. We were different people. And if I had met him when I was 19, I would not have been like, oh yes, we are getting married. No. But 30-year-old Raymond, oh, that's my boy, you know? That's okay. Sometimes, like, it could be that the person that you're interested yet isn't baked. Like they're not done developing. And it could be that you yourself don't have all the qualities that you would need to be a good partner. And if that's the case, then it's no point either. Because sometimes people, yeah, people oftentimes, I think about what they can give to someone or what they would like in someone, but they don't often think about what the other person might need from them. Like, and like the idea of someone needing something from you that might take effort to give is like, you don't have to do all that. And it's like, but you chose to be in the relationship. So that means that you're choosing to also take care of the other person. So like silly things like, I'm fussy in particular. I like details. So if Raymond is telling a story, sometimes like I'll be like, oh wait, but also say this. Oh wait, but also say that. And sometimes he has to look at me like I am telling the story. And I'm like, you know what, my bad. You know, because for me, I'm like, oh, every single detail needs to be said. But for him, maybe he feels like, oh, I want to tell it my way. Like to be able to back off and let the person express things the way that they want to, because they need that to feel comfortable, to be heard. That's a choice. So some people, if they don't want to make those choices, if they don't want to make those sacrifices, if they don't have the desire to make the effort, it can be, relationships will be very hard and they won't be fulfilling. I think, like, honestly, if Raymond were, like, something were to happen to Raymond, I don't think I would get married again. I think the emotional investment is a lot. It does have high payoff, but it does also, it's investment. You have to choose to care about another person. And sometimes you may feel like, I don't want to deal with this, but you chose to. So since you chose to, that means that when they're crying about stuff for the 10th time, you're going to be there and you're going to care all 10 of those times. And that takes a lot of maturity and effort. So I truly do think that sometimes people just need to cook a little longer. Even if it's something they desire, they need to like learn how to not just dive right in. Because then what happens is people get used to just, oh, I don't like this anymore, I'll just break up. And it's like, that's not how people want to be cared for. No one wants to feel like something that can be easily discarded. I don't want to play with you anymore. So since that's the case, like, you know, and with choosing to, the thing is, when the other person takes care of you, it doesn't feel like a difficult choice. You're not fighting yourself to do it. It feels almost like, of course. Just like if a parent or a friend was like, hey, could you pass me that remote? Yeah, you might have to stretch your arm a little bit. You might even have to get up to go grab it to pass it to them. But most of the time, if the friend is a good friend and there's someone who, like, they brought you dinner, the least you can do is pass them the remote. So it feels oftentimes in marriage, there's kind of like it's like a self-propelling, like, machine. Like, you give a little bit and it gives them action, and then they give a little bit and it gives you action, and then you do a little bit, and it's not equal. It's not one and then the other, and then sometimes it's 5 in the row of them, and then 3 from you, and then 2 from you later. It's just kind of like a balancing act of you taking care of each other, and a really good one where both people care about each other. Even if we disagree, we will never brawl with each other. Like, I can trust that Raymond will never put his hands on me, and he can trust that I'll never put my hands on him. Like, that kind of trust, though, has to be built on something. It's not just something that you just give to another person. And again, that takes maturity to choose to know what those qualities are. So I think, honestly, at 19, if you don't feel that you're ready, that's okay. And whenever people are like, oh, when are you gonna date? Ask them, are they going home with the person you choose? No, so get out your business. I hate that. Oh man, I hate that. I always think, like, people when they're like, when are you having children? But after you have the child, you're the one who has to pay for it. They don't pay for it. Okay, yeah, sorry. Save your big question tomorrow. I'm gonna start getting ready with the food. And Raymond, whenever you conclude the stream, you can join me, okay? All right. Mocha. I might take Mocha out to go.
Okay. Oh, there she goes. She is ready.
All right. Bye. Oh, sorry. Let me say bye. Bye.
She's better at expressing some of those things. I feel. And she's fantastic. Yeah. Yeah. What she said too. Hmm. Okay. I'm gonna go crazy if I touch none. I'm really happy. What do you guys think? Better than yesterday? Or even the day before? It's starting to feel more of that when this light used to ouch. Well, if I were to say she's too talkative, then I'm a hypocrite because I can talk just as much as her. Just depends on the subject. No, it's important for people to be able to express themselves. Ugh. Because they're not really listening. Nor, I think people need to, like, what is it? I just try to put myself in someone else's shoes. And unfortunately, like, there's a lot I want to say, but people talk over me or step on me or don't value what I have to say. I struggle to explain myself, and I end up talking too much to the point where people stop listening. And then it makes things worse. But if I can give somebody the amount of time they need to express themselves, that's what I want. So why wouldn't I care? And Jasenia does care about me. People try to take what they experience and try to do better. And trying to provide an experience that's better than they came from. My parents came from really abusive households. Both of them. Both of them were abused. Both of them have a lot of baggage. And they tried to give my siblings and I a life that was better than what they had. It wasn't perfect, though. And that's okay, because they tried. And for me, I took what my parents taught me and tried to do that and do it better, or at least to what they wanted. Because my parents, although they wanted to, like, be better, they still had things that they struggled with from when they were abused. So not everything they did was done right, but that's okay. That's totally okay. Because I had perspective. I knew what bad homes were like. I had friends who had a single mom and their older sister, and the mom would scream at each other all night. And I was just trying to spend time with my friend. Or, you'd have to go with your friend. Like, I was hanging out with a friend, and then the stepdad would come when he wasn't supposed to, and we had to leave due to it being unsafe for us physically. Like, I had perspective. I knew what what a bad home was really like. Yeah, it was really sad. so that when like it comes to my parents, I look at them and I see the effort they make, and I see that even there are things that like were not the best for me, I can look and be like, okay, they did their best, and I'm just going to take the mistakes that were made and learn from them too. I try. That's all I try to do. But yeah, I don't see it as her talking to. Hi, Certified Silly Goose. Welcome back. You get to see what this looked like right before we end today. Because we're about to actually shut down, sadly. But we'll be back tomorrow. I stream every day. And you could also go back and like, no, it's totally fine. But that's exactly what Jasenia meant, Gore, that you have the power to make sure that doesn't happen to those in your care in the future. And you have the power to like look at somebody and make good choices so that you're not in that position. You're not powerless because you haven't given somebody that power over you. And you just make sure that you take it serious. And she was right. 100%. And from what all I can say is that when choosing somebody, even if it's little, look at how they respect your boundaries. You have a boundary, even a small thing, even a small wish. What time tomorrow? So we're on Pacific Standard Time, so California time. I'm gonna shoot for 9 a.m. tomorrow, California time. Maybe 9:30, depending on how, like, if I've got to like put out fires. My computer was acting badly this morning, but I'm gonna try for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we'll be on till about now. So, yeah. Yeah, the boundaries matter, even tiny ones. If someone tries to convince you out of a boundary, especially if you're just like getting to know them, red flag, don't do it. And if they don't see the reason why, you've been streaming for this long, have you been eating and sleeping? Yes, I was eating. I almost finished my lunch. I've been drinking water. I took a lunch break. So yeah, no. I make sure to take breaks. Or no, just any to make sure I take breaks. Sometimes I skip, but not today. I made sure to take a break. Yeah. And tomorrow I'm going to figure out what all the glitchiness that's been happening with my computer, that we don't have it happen again. But yeah. If someone doesn't listen to a boundary you set, then that's a red flag. You can tell early on, even with little things. Someone's got to be, and someone who wants to get to know you, wants to be close to you, they have to understand the reason why and respect it. Like, it's one thing to like do it begrudgingly or not, like they can respect the boundary, but in your case, the reason why is going to be important. So they got to be willing to listen and understand the importance to you when things get to that. But yeah, that's my 2 cents on that topic. And we did great today. This was a nightmare when we started the stream. I hated how it looked yesterday. I feel like I messed a bunch of stuff up. So tomorrow we'll do a little bit of this, and we will switch gears to something else. Maybe do some digital art. That'll be fun. Do some game art tomorrow too. But this is almost ready to go to our neighbor. Yeah, a lot today. Most of it fixing, but I mean, I feel pretty satisfied with the way that looks. I can move on to another part of the drawing. You know? So, I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Take care. Make sure to like get plenty of like rest, plenty of food. I'm glad. If I take a break later next stream, could you take a small drawing request? Maybe. We'll see. Depends on the request. I might be willing to do that. If it's small, maybe. It'll help switch gears. Who knows? Social interaction, English learning, and getting to know the world. Yeah. It's been great having you guys. Especially, like, Gahora, thank you so much. You are always here. You're always talking. And I really appreciate it. This was really hard to do before. So now that, like, when you're here, other people show up and start talking, it makes things so much easier. Sitting in silence is really sad. As you can see, like, past streams were borderline unwatchable, but I don't feel like that's going to be the case anymore. So thank you guys so much. I'm going to go stretch and get ready for making some food. And we'll catch you all tomorrow. Take care. No Mocha, though. She's out going potty. Good night, everybody. For this gal. You're waving. Kind of. Not really. Bye. Oh, wait. No, oh. I didn't mean that. Samus, yeah. Actually, I've done a lot of Samus art. Come by tomorrow and I'll show you some of my best stuff. Some of my best work is Samus art. So be sure to come by tomorrow if you can. I've got a lot to share. Take care, guys.